There we go. Good morning. The chair sees a quorum. We'll call the meeting to order. Let's start out on my far left. If you go ahead and introduce yourself and go around this direction, please. Thank you.
David Nizgatsky, Senate District 10, South Bend, and parts of St. Joseph County.
Krista Ricci, Senate Republican Fiscal Analyst.
Jeff Thompson, House District 28.
Ben Tooley, Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republicans.
Joe Habig, Acting State Budget Director.
Good morning, Gregory Porter, House District 96, Indianapolis.
Lisa Ackelbert, Deputy Budget Director.
Ed Delaney, House District 86.
Good morning, Fadi Kadura, Senate District 30, north side of Indianapolis.
Top of the morning, Senator Chris Garton, representing the Fighting 45th District of Southern Indiana, all of Clark County, and a small portion of Floyd. Thanks for being here.
Jordan Lett, Senate Republican Fiscal Analyst.
Craig Snow, House District 22.
Liza Sherman, Deputy Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republicans.
Jessica Harmon, Legislative Services Agency.
Thank you. We have, I believe, the minutes from both October and November. Let's take the October minutes first. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes as were presented? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Let's now go to the November minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion again, please.
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We have a proposed agenda. Are there any additions or motions to add anything to that agenda? Seeing none, the agenda is placed on the table for discussion. I believe the first item we have is Department of Transportation. May come forward, please. Floor is yours, sir.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Steve McAvoy, NDOT's Statewide Facilities Director. We have 4 projects on the agenda this morning. The first project, NDOT formally requests funding in the amount of $11.6 million for the construction of a 7,000 square foot unit building and a 17,000 square foot, 4,700 ton salt building in Gary, Indiana. This new building will replace the existing 3,100 square foot Gary unit building that was built in 1965. The new salt building will replace the existing salt dome that was built in 1979. Both buildings will be constructed on the existing site. The existing unit does not allow for OSHA-approved work clearances, does not have proper ventilation in the garage spaces. The age and condition of the structures has contributed to other operational and environmental issues, such as ADA accessibility, the inability to wash trucks inside with containment, site drainage issues with some stormwater runoff problems as well. The existing salt building does not allow for salt to be offloaded or loaded under roof and out of the weather. Offloading and loading of salt outside in the winter is unsafe and contributes to on-site salt contamination. Construction of the new unit building and salt building will mitigate these concerns while keeping in line with the current industry standard of pricing for similar NDOT units and salt buildings.
Thank you. Any questions on the first project? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Senator's not here. So how many more salt buildings do we have to, we asked that, the number keeps going up.
And I'm prepared to answer.
Okay, good.
So NDOT has 102 active units currently with an average age of 42 years. The oldest one is 95 years of age. We have 118 active salt buildings across the state with an average age of 32 years. Currently, we are designing and constructing 1 unit per year. We have a ways to go. We're about halfway through the program.
So the program, so the 11.6 million, every year it's going up more and more, right? So is there a way to try to put them in a box or something? So every year, we do 1 a year, and you're going up by, what, 5-7% per year?
5% per year.
Okay, 5%. Is there a way to kind of, whoever's doing the work, which is probably the same people for the most part, to say, we're going to do these every year at this price? I'm just trying to help cut down, since we got about 200 more to go.
Understood.
And when I won't be here, I'm just trying.
Me neither.
I'm trying to help people in the future. Thank you.
Well, we do use a standard basis of design for our units and salt buildings. So, we keep the cost lower because it's the same type of building that we use over and over and over with minor improvements from year to year. As we get into the next biennium, we are going to look at changing the unit design some and try to reduce costs significantly on that, with the goal to build more than 1 per year once we get into the next biennium and beyond. Because you're right, we have many of them to do, and at the current rate, we've got a long time before we'd be finished with the program. So,
Thank you. Any further questions? Continue on then, please, sir.
okay. The next project, NDOT formally requests funding in the amount of $2.5 million for the demolition of the Wolcott rest areas, which are located on I-65 north of Lebanon. The rest areas were permanently closed in 2024, according to our federal highway-approved rest area and truck parking plan. Their proximity to the Lebanon rest area and the Kankakee rest areas and the many public truck stop opportunities in the area are the reason for the closure. In addition, the rest areas were not connected to municipal water or sewer, and servicing this area with utilities would be cost prohibitive. The Wolcott rest areas had a total of 26 truck parking spots. The new Kankakee Welcome Center, the Kankakee northbound truck parking site, and the Lebanon truck parking sites have a total of 383 truck parking spots, or a net increase of 357 truck parking spots on the northern I-65 corridor.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please, sir.
Indiana Department of Transportation formally requests funding in the amount of $1.2 million for the purchase of a new unit site in Evansville, Indiana. INDOT wishes to consolidate the existing Evansville unit and the existing Chandler unit at this new site. The site is a total of 20.55 acres and is adjacent to I-69 with water and sewer available. The anticipated cost to purchase the site will range from $30 to $50 per acre, or $600,000 to roughly $1.2 million. The request is for $1.2 million, but we are hopeful that we would be able to purchase the site for much less than that. We're currently in the appraisal process right now. After the construction of the new unit, the Evansville unit and the existing Chandler unit will be sold.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
Last project would be the Indiana Department of Transportation formally requests funding in the amount of $805,000 for the A&E fee for a new 7,000 square foot unit and a 17,000 3,600 ton salt building in Evansville at this new site. This fee is 7% of the estimated future construction cost of $11.5 million. The new unit will replace the existing Evansville unit that was built in 1930. The existing Evansville salt building was built in 1978. The existing Chandler unit building was built in 1989, and the Chandler salt building in 1987. The new unit and salt building will be constructed on this new Evansville unit site that we're trying to purchase. The existing Evansville unit building is old. It is in a residential area of Evansville, and the noise generated by our daily activities is not appropriate for the environment. In addition, the old unit buildings do not allow for OSHA-approved work clearances or proper ventilation, as is typical for units of this age. The structures have contributed to many different operational and environmental issues. They all have ADA accessibility. They have runoff issues and stormwater runoff issues. They do not allow for the salt to be loaded or offloaded under roof. Construction of the new unit building and salt building will mitigate all these concerns while keeping in line with the current industry standards. After construction, the existing Evansville and the Chandler unit will be sold.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. They'd come forward, please. Gentlemen, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the State Budget Committee. My name is Mark Waske. I'm Senior Vice President and Special Counsel to the Secretary of Commerce at the IEDC. We appreciate the opportunity to present a number of projects today for your review. The first project that we are presenting for your review is a request for $27 million for property acquisition deposits and option payments on approximately 307 acres of land in Boone County to support two projects within the LEAP District. In October of this year, the IEDC and Eli Lilly announced the fourth investment by the company within the LEAP District, totaling $4.5 billion in new facilities and the establishment of the Lilly Medicine Foundry, which will become a new center for drug development and advanced manufacturing for the company, in which they will create 200 new high-quality, high-paying jobs for Indiana residents. The company anticipates purchasing an additional 200 acres of land from the IEDC within the LEAP District for this project in the coming months. The second project, which was recently announced during a Lebanon City Council meeting, is for Project Domino, the IEDC's first data center investment within LEAP. Meta Platforms plans to acquire approximately 1,400 acres of property from the IEDC and will invest initially up to $800 million in new operations within Boone County. We anticipate additional growth within LEAP in the coming years. As mentioned, the land will be sold to the subject companies with proceeds of these sales being returned to the State General Fund. All of the subject property is currently under control, and none of the proposed uses involve gaining additional control of property within Boone County. The majority of the funding will be used to purchase the land, with the balance being used for deposits and option payments. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Delaney?
Yes, so the future tenant is Meta, is that right? Okay, has that been disclosed publicly, officially before?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the employment outlook for that?
I believe they plan to create 50 direct jobs, but I'll defer to Brock.
That's correct.
50, did you say?
Per phase, and they're contemplating potentially multiple phases. There would be 50 direct W-2 employees, and in addition to that, anywhere from 100 to 200 full-time contractor roles, from technicians, folks that work in the kitchen, security staff, cleaning, other maintenance.
Is this a data center?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the energy draw for that data center?
I don't know the exact number because the IDC is not privy to confidential power supply agreements with the utilities, but as we understand it, they'll require several hundred megawatts once they get to full build-out, which is over a number of years.
Is there any impact on the other ratepayers, be they business or homeowners, as a result of this substantial additional draw on the electrical supply?
Again, I would defer those comments to the utility provider, as we're not necessarily privy to those, but we do understand that the solution does not have negative impact to existing ratepayers.
So you don't monitor or control the impact on utilities from this particular project?
We certainly do not control.
You're not informed, if I hear you right.
No, we are informed, but when confidential service agreement contracts become negotiated, those aren't agreements that we are a party to, and because we are not a regulatory body, we don't have a role in those conversations.
So you don't try to protect the ratepayers in these transactions?
We absolutely do.
And how do you do that if you don't know what the agreement is?
Well, we're involved in the due diligence phase leading up to it, and we're listening and deferring to our experts that are utility providers, and if they are communicating to us that they are confident they can not only meet the needs of a new ratepayer, but ensure that existing ratepayers aren't impacted,
Is that a binding commitment, and if so, where's that commitment made?
I believe an electrical services agreement is a binding commitment between a ratepayer and the utility company.
No, I mean the binding commitment that the other ratepayers, the homeowners and the other businesses won't be affected. Where's that commitment?
I would point you to the service, transmission, distribution contracts that the end user has with a utility company, sir.
And the end user being Meta in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. I take it in effect you neither control nor mandate that other consumers be protected. You're confident that that will happen, but you have no authority to impose that requirement. Is that right?
As I understand it, that's the IURC's role, sir.
Okay, not your role. Okay. I notice this first request, $27 million, relates essentially to property, if I understand your thing right. How much of the property is already owned?
So with the property that is being purchased, none of it is currently owned, but it is under option contracts with the
Okay, how
IURC.
many acres are you going to carry out the option contract and actually purchase?
Approximately 370.
Okay, is there any additional, because you notice for deposits and option payments, are you making deposits on new land, or what are the deposits?
Not on land that we don't already
Okay,
have under contract.
so everything here, you already have it under contract, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Senator Cadora?
Presentation. What is the current balance for the land acquisition fund?
We have utilized the deal closing fund as well as the site acquisition fund for various projects across the state, both in incentives to companies as well as for infrastructure and land acquisition. Senator Cadora, another review item later on the agenda involves the review of the budget agency's augmentation of that fund as provided in the budget that was passed in '23.
Correct. Since we're going to look at three of them, if you don't mind, on a high level, what is the balance of the land acquisition fund and the deal closing fund? Do you know that?
In terms of the existing balance that has not been placed under contract, I do not know that off the top of my head. I will get that for you.
Yeah.
But with the land acquisition fund, we have requested the vast majority, if not all, of the $150 million for that fund, and have committed funding equal to the appropriation in the deal closing fund.
For the $27 million, is it anticipated that that land will be sold to the company? And then what is the time frame for that transaction to be completed?
We anticipate the acquisition of property by Meta to occur before the end of the year.
Of this year, 2024?
Yes. Yep.
So we should see the financial transaction, the refund, within the next hopefully 30 days.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Continue, please, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This next agenda item for your review is a request for $33 million to complete infrastructure improvements within the LEAP district to serve the two previously mentioned projects, including improvements to County Road 200 West and utility infrastructure within this corridor, which will both serve the city of Lebanon as well as tenants within the LEAP district. While needed to serve the entire district and the city, this is specifically required to support the fourth Eli Lilly investment and Meta's investment within LEAP. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The IEDC lastly requests your review of a $25 million allocation from the deal closing fund, which would be directed to the Indiana Finance Authority and used to secure bond financing to expand the city of Lebanon's wastewater processing capacity. The wastewater capacity is needed to support additional investments within the LEAP district, but also provide additional capacity to the city of Lebanon utilities for existing customers and enable future growth in the area. The commitments from Eli Lilly and Meta and related water demands has maximized local utility capacity, meaning additional wastewater needs will be required to enable Lebanon to continue to grow. With the recent announcements from Lilly and Meta to expand their presence in LEAP, with the with the new multi-billion-dollar data center operation, the need to deliver increased capacity to the area is needed. IFA, who has been the primary lead agency in this effort, has worked with our utility partners within the central Indiana region to ensure the requisite capacity is available to sustain the community's continued growth. The funds will be used to provide debt service coverage during the first 5 years of the project. Furthermore, it's my understanding that the long-term cost of the investment will not impact existing ratepayers. Rather, it will be limited to new tenants of the LEAP district and new users added to the Lebanon water utility system. If you do have specific questions about the project, I will defer to Jim McGough with IFA, but otherwise happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Delaney?
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand this transaction, this $25 million transaction. So we're giving the Indiana Financing Authority $25 million so they can get some bonds, issue some bonds, and the debt will be paid by whom?
It will be paid by ratepayers that tap into the system. And we have also, along with the city of Lebanon, pledged the proceeds from the IDD districts, which were established around the Lilly property, as well as the TIF that was created for Project Domino.
Is it the existing ratepayers in the area that will pay for this, or the new ratepayers?
The rate increases will only be applied, my understanding, and again, deferred to Jim with IFA on the specifics, but my understanding is the increased rates will be applied to new users within the system.
To the new
non-existing
users?
ratepayers, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for presenting. Next, I believe we have the Adjutant General's office, please. They come forward. Sir, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members, staff. I am Colonel Bradley Compton, representing Major General R. Dale Lyles for the Indiana National Guard and the Adjutant General's Office. I'm here today to ask for the increase of funding for one of our previously approved fiscal year 25 capital projects. The LaPorte Armory is over 60 years old and currently houses Bravo Company 776 engineers. This is the light sapper company for the 76th Infantry Brigade Combat Team. We are requesting approval of an additional $1,355,260 in state funding to match an additional $1,336,740 in federal funding to cover cost increases to support the LaPorte Readiness Center addition and alteration project. This will bring the total project cost to $8,878,000, including the previously approved amount. In total, this project will be funded at 42% investment rate for the state share and 58% federal funding share. This project was previously approved for $6,186,000 by this committee in June of 2024. We are requesting additional funding for the previously approved project, which includes 6,000 square footage of additional space and renovation of the 12,292 square footage of the LaPorte Readiness Center. The current facility is 65 years old and is in poor condition. The need for additional funding comes from an estimate based on the square foot cost extrapolation of the bids received this summer for similar projects, notably the Bloomington and the Columbus Armory projects. Increased costs are primary inflationary in nature, as we have seen increased costs in the labor market, especially in the large urban areas. Not investing in the LaPorte Readiness Center will continue increased maintenance costs and have negative impacts on recruiting and training efforts. Fully funding this project will allow divestment of one of our oldest armories, Michigan City from 1937, which is approximately 26,000 square footage. This divestiture will also save an estimated $3 million in backlog maintenance costs at the Michigan City facility. If approved, design will be completed in FY25. Construction will then begin and then projected to be completed in FY26. Does the committee have any questions for our agency?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you, sir.
Next on the agenda, we have the Indiana School for the Deaf. Come forward, please. Sir, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Hawk. I'm here representing the Indiana School for the Deaf. We are requesting the change of use of existing capital dollars to repair and resurface an existing running track facility on our campus and to construct a new string track facility. The Indiana School for the Deaf and the Indiana School for the Blind will be sharing athletic facilities for the next 5 years while we await the construction of our new co-located campus. The current condition of the running track at ISD does not allow for our students to use it. It's fallen into disrepair over the last few years. And the Indiana School for the Blind has lost use of their string track facility when their campus closed for construction earlier this year. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Department of Workforce Development. The floor is yours, sir, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Josh Richardson. I'm the Chief of Staff at Indiana's Department of Workforce Development, here to request or the approval to receive $4 million for our continuation of our Applied Workforce Data Initiative. At the department, we have access to a great deal of data about the Hoosier workforce backed by our unemployment insurance wage records. Indiana has been a little bit ahead of the game in our ability to match and link that data with sister agencies to get a really good picture of the Indiana workforce. We really just want to make sure that we're doing all we can to stay ahead and to operationalize that data, better make it able for our constituency to access tools and services at the Department of Workforce Development, hopefully ultimately through a single interface that brings the right information to them at the right time to better evaluate workforce programs and to continue to ensure the privacy and the security of the data that we have. This money has allowed us to really develop a holistic data strategy and provide some opportunity to execute on that. I'm really grateful for the funding. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
And then last on the projects, I think we have the State Budget Agency. The floor is yours, sir. Are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. Matt Kent with the Department of Administration. I'll be presenting on behalf of the Budget Agency. Department of Administration is requesting $5 million in pre-design funds for the State Judicial Building. These funds will go towards the programming phase of the building and site pre-design. In this phase, we'll work with a consulting firm to explore the needs and requirements of the entities that would eventually inhabit the building. The work covers a large scope and includes interviewing and understanding the needs of the stakeholders and future tenants. It will also include a space utilization plan to determine the needed square footage for each entity and the building as a whole. While some of the larger scope answers regarding the size and the number of stories of the building will be answered, we'll also begin to answer questions about how the interior of the building will function on a daily basis. How do people move throughout the building? How do they work? What are their IT needs, security needs, and et cetera. Once this programming work is done, we can then start getting a rough estimate on the cost of the building and the scope of how long the project would take.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you. You asked for $5 million. My question is, do we need to spend that much money on surveys in regards to this proposal? I mean, $5 million is a lot.
It is. There's a lot of work that would need done to basically determine what this, I mean, you're basically bringing together several entities here and determining what each of their needs are, basically how the building is going to work, and then the size of the building. And then if there's any of that money left over, that would probably roll into the design of the building then as well, the design phase. So
we need to be more specific in regards to the proposal or the request for information. I mean, these conversations started back in the 80s, okay?
Yes.
So I'm just very perplexed that we need to have this $5 million to do that. I mean, in these tight times, all of a sudden we want to do other things, so
I would turn that over to Joe.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Porter, you're right, $5 million is a lot. The appropriation amount's $5 million. We don't anticipate the actual study to utilize the entire $5 million. And this was an appropriation to budget agency by the General Assembly. So we anticipate that most of this will go towards, at least several hundred thousand will go towards just updating a study that was done in 2000, 2001. And so I think with the results of that, we'll reassess on the full cost of a full A&E design. So it'll be, our ballpark is 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
I believe now we're ready for the university projects. And first we have Ball State. They come forward, please. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the State Budget Committee. I'm Becca Rice. I serve as the Vice President for Governmental Relations and Industry Engagement for Ball State. I'm pleased to come before you today for the final set of approval for the Village Development Project, the bulk of which you may recall you approved in May. As a reminder, a quick reminder, the Village is the commercial district immediately adjacent to the university, which, while once vibrant, has fallen into disrepair. The project has been in the works for nearly 20 years, and our institution has been acquiring properties and saving funds that now led to the project to bring a once-in-a-generation investment to our community. It brings nearly $200 million of investment into our community based on the development of 5 sites for improvement that will bring new performance, hotel, restaurant, living, collaboration and gathering, and innovation spaces. It was the Lilly Endowment's highest awarded project as part of the College and Community Collaboration Grants and our region's first priority for Ready 2.0, recognizing the potential for the project to serve as a catalyst in both our community and our region. The last approval necessary, which is why I'm here today, is a lease purchase order that allows our institution, through an affiliated and reinvigorated entity, the Ball State Innovation Corporation, to issue debt that will allow us to move forward with the building of 2 components of the project, the Performing Arts Center and the Center for Innovation. At the time of approval in May, you may recall that you approved the build, operate, transfer agreements for the Performing Arts Center, as well as the Center for Innovation. Those agreements totaled $45 million for the 2 buildings and allowed us to sign an agreement with the affiliated entity of Fairmount Properties to lead the design and construction of the Performing Arts Center and transfer to us after the construction and a 30-day operating period. At that time, we shared that while we could write a check with our reserves, our money will work better for us in the market. So we're choosing to keep those dollars invested where they earn a higher rate of return than the interest for this financial instrument. The approval item is for that financing, which we shared would likely be in this form, a lease purchase order of $45 million. There will be no impact on operating budget since this money has been set aside slowly over the past 15 to 20 years. So why are we using this mechanism? There are a couple of types of debt that are available for universities under Indiana code. There's fee replacement, which requires the General Assembly approval, and there's also debt for housing and dining, which can be paid through reserves. Since these are not ideal options, given the projects and funding timelines, we've opted to use this relatively new mechanism, lease purchase obligations, which is allowed under IC 213335 and allows universities to finance facilities where the rental payments are not derived from either student fees or state appropriations, but to make lead payments through other available funds. The mechanism has been exercised by both IU and Purdue in the past. Generally, they work when a separate entity owns the property and enters into the financing agreement that then leases to the university. Debt is backed by the university, who provides the lease payments that are used to make the debt service. We've worked with both Barnes & Thornburg and Ice Miller to determine that this is the best mechanism, and in our case, we examined what entity to use. We had a couple of choices, either to create a new entity or to reactivate our deactivated Ball State Innovation Corporation. Ball State will lease the property for these facilities to the Ball State Innovation Corporation at a rental rate of $1 a year, and the Ball State Innovation Corporation will then sublease the property back to Ball State under a lease purchase agreement. The Ball State Innovation Corporation was formerly used to help commercialize activities, but we didn't have sufficient activity to justify that use. And while that entity was not in use, we kept it available knowing that in the future we may need an affiliated entity and keeping this available would allow us to reactivate quickly. In this case, we found it most advantageous to reactivate and change the bylaws and structure to meet needs for this type of real estate transaction, to issue debt and own facilities. Our Board of Trustees met on October 4th, where they improved these restated bylaws and approved the LPO for up to 20 years, which is a conservative choice rather than commonly 25 or 30 years. We did go out to bid and have had good responses, and the debt gives us the most flexibility in terms of refunding or refinancing, which is not possible with public debt in the same way. And with fundraising, we think this is really important as we hope to be successful in our fundraising, continue to be successful in our fundraising endeavors. And then on final maturity of the LPO, Ball State will own the property free and clear. The restated bylaws will allow the university to act on behalf of the Ball State Innovation Corporation as they own and operate the building. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions about the project.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question, but I just want to say thank you to Ball State and Ms. Becker for detailing the information that you presented to us, truly transparent, understanding where you are, and you really don't have to because it's your own money. But you're having full disclosure on the process and the reasoning and other items like that. And I really appreciate that as a member of the Budget Committee for what you're doing and what you're saying today in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you for presenting. Next, I believe we have Indiana University. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Budget Committee. I'm Tom Morrison, Vice President for Capital Planning at Indiana University. I've got one relatively small project for you today, but a very meaningful project. This is for the pool replacement at Bradford Woods. Just to give you a little bit of history, the Bradford Woods property was a property that was owned by the Bradford brothers from the mid-1850s to the 1930s, where they mined sand from the adjacent White River on the hill property that is Bradford Woods. It is several hundred acres of just beautiful wooded property on the banks of the White River. The Bradford brothers donated the property to IU really for the purposes of providing a safe space for children, with specific intent of children that were patients at the Riley Hospital for Children here in Indianapolis. And so for the last 80 years, the property has been used for largely a camp facility for Riley Hospital, as well as for children's activity through schools and other things through camps that for kids with special needs and special health challenges. So today, just proposing a replacement of the pool that's on the property. It dates back to the 1970s, has reached the end of its useful life. It will be replaced by a new pool that also be a zero entry pool, which will allow for persons with disabilities to be able to easily access the pool. We're also renovating an adjacent bathhouse for special needs as well. $2.8 million. It is completely funded by a grant from the Riley Children's Foundation by way of the Lilly Endowment. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Next, I believe we have Purdue University. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Alicia Nafziger with Purdue University. The first project in front of you today is the drawdown of the second half of our regional deferred maintenance, which will cover Purdue Fort Wayne. There are 6 different projects that are in this $2.1 million bundle in front of you, ranging from $150,000 to $550,000. These projects are things like chiller replacements, hydronic heating replacements, cooling system replacements, HVAC controls renovation. So very straightforward R&R deferred maintenance.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting. Oh, the other project, there's two, that's right, go ahead.
Yes, one more. This is for our animal disease diagnostic laboratory line item, ADDL, for a laboratory information management system. In the 2023 budget, ADDL received a $5 million capital appropriation. At the October meeting, I drew down and went before you with $4 million for a new incinerator, vertical chute system, and upgrade to a walk-in cooler. This is drawing down the remaining $1 million, and then Purdue is putting an additional $10,000 into this project. It will go towards our new laboratory information management system, which will provide our customers with access across multiple testing platforms. The current system is homegrown and has limited functionality. The new system will increase that functionality for diagnostics, allow retrospective search functions to support research, and include a business intelligence tool, tools that far exceed what we currently have. We are also, with the switch to the new LIMS, have a need for a new quality management software package, which is included in this cost as well. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Mishler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand this is your last budget meeting.
This is my last one.
So
yes.
I just want to say I enjoyed working with you at Budget Agency, the House, Purdue, and wish you luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I believe next we're ready for review items, and the first on the agenda is the Indiana Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. The first review item the IEDC is presenting is the $85 million augmentation of the deal closing fund established in the 2023 budget by the budget agency for Project Fusion, a $5.9 billion investment from the joint venture between Stellantis and Samsung SDI, who are constructing 2 battery manufacturing plants in Kokomo and committed to creating over 4,000 new jobs in the region. To facilitate the investment, the IED offered in part $245 million in cash performance grant incentives that will be distributed to the company over the next 8 to 9 years based on the company's conformance with capital investment, headcount, and wage metrics that we have established in our final agreement with the company. The deal closing appropriation permits the budget agency, subject to budget committee review, to augment the fund appropriation for incentives tied to projects exceeding $5 billion in capital investment for the proposed project. At this time, the IEDC is requesting the budget committee review the budget agency's augmentation, which will be used by the IEDC to further support our efforts to secure commitments from projects considering Indiana for new or expanded operations. The proceeds from the sale of property within LEAP, namely the acquisition of approximately 1,400 acres of land by Meta for $200 million in the coming days, will be used to replenish the general fund for this augmentation. The IEDC appreciates your consideration of this request and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
I don't, we're talking about $80 million augmentation. I guess it's be for our budget director. How would that be scored? I mean, that's coming out of the general budget, right? And they've coming this morning, gotten about $85 million. Now they're asking for another $80 million. How will that be scored in regards to, as we move forward for this budget?
I can
go ahead, please.
If you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you, Representative Porter, for the question. So I think last meeting there was some confusion on this. The $85 million augmentation is not in addition to the total of the $85 million of projects that were reviewed earlier. It is essentially how the IEDC is funding those $85 million. So if you recall, we did a $101 million augmentation, I think a couple of months ago at Budget Committee. This is another 85 on top of that. So the total augmentation so far this fiscal year is $186 million. That is being funded essentially, the augmentation, and you're right, it is from the general fund per the statute underneath the deal closing fund in the budget bill. And so that is being funded, as Mark mentioned earlier, through land sale proceeds.
So I'm perfectly clear. The $101 million that we did at last budget hearing, now we're asking for augmentation. Now we're asking for $80 million.
85. Yep.
$85 million. And the items 5, 6, and 7 encompasses that $85 million.
Exactly, yep. So it's not in addition to it, it is how they're funding the $85 million of projects in the agenda. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a total of 185.
Total
186, I'm sorry, 186, yeah, total 186, yep.
And the items 5, 6, and 7 are predicated on the augmentation of what you guys will
Yes.
take out the surplus.
Because the code site underneath the deal closing fund allows, after review by this body, the deal closing fund to be augmented for any projects that are $5 billion or over. And so the Stellantis deal that Mark was talking about was a greater than $5 billion deal. We invested over $240 million for that, so that is the capacity we have to augment. And we're not utilizing the entire $240 million, we're using 186. And then IEDC is offsetting that entire augmentation through what will be general fund revenue through land sale proceeds in the LEAP district of more than 186 million.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Any further questions? Senator Cordora?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark, and I appreciate our recent meeting. To follow up on what Joe just, on the acting director of the State Budget Agency, Mr. Joe, what is the time frame to get back the $101 million?
We anticipate Meta closing on the property by the end of this year. So we should have the $186+ million before the end of this calendar year.
So the full augmented amount of 186 should be returned back to the state?
That's correct.
Now, when it's returned to the state, and maybe, Joe, this might be a question for you, will that money be returned back to the general fund since it was an augmentation coming out of the general fund?
That's correct, Senator. It will go right back into the general fund and not necessarily be appropriated to IEDC. It just offsets the general fund augmentation.
Great. So we'll be made whole basically on the 186.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the second item that we're presenting for your review, I'm joined by David Watkins, our Senior Vice President for Small Business and Entrepreneurship at the IEDC, to review new and updated investment policies for programs and initiatives operated under the 21 Fund as required by Indiana Code 528-16-2E. The IEDC has recently received approval from our Board of Directors for updates to 2 of our existing investment policies and the establishment of 2 others for programs funded through the 21 Fund. As I mentioned, joining me today is David, who will provide you with additional information on the fund and the policies that we're presenting for your review this morning. David.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. So just a quick highlight of the 21 Fund, the 21st Century Research and Technology Fund, so you kind of have a sense of where these policies come into place. The fund receives appropriation each budget session and is used for grants or loans to support a number of different activities in the startup and small business space, including tech transfer and commercialization, small business growth in high-tech sectors with high wages, and business and university innovation. A few of the example programs that operate out of the 21 Fund include our SBA STTR matching grant program for startups that receive federal awards, our small business innovation vouchers for startups and small businesses that are doing work with Indiana universities or research nonprofits, public-private partnerships, and then the equity investments that these policies coming in front of you today are a part of. Those policies, as we kind of, I came into my role a couple years ago, started to look at the various policies and funds that have been stood up by the IEDC, largely in partnership with Elevate Ventures, there was a need to modernize and make them coherent with each other. Over years, the funds have been established, used, a new fund established, used, and so on. There were really two impetuses for this change. One was just a need to modernize across these funds. Some of them dated back to the policies themselves dated back to 2015. A lot has changed since 2015 in Indiana's startup ecosystem. The second reason was the IEDC, the state, was a recipient of a program from the U.S. Department of Treasury called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. The IEDC has been deploying those funds to support debt and equity capital access for Indiana small businesses. And we needed to reconcile the requirements of the federal funds with the requirements under the 21 fund so that they were in harmony with each other, and where we needed, we were following the federal guidance, and in other places, we were following the 21 fund statute. So the four funds, the Indiana Angel Network Fund 2, Indiana Angel Network Fund 3, the distinction there, Fund 2 is all state dollars, Fund 3 is where we deploy federal dollars. The Return Fund, which is a fund of the returns generated off the investments over the last 14 years, and then a specialized policy under the Angel Network Fund 3 fund for Rally 2024 for the startups that win a pitch competition as part of that. Over the course of the last year, each of these policies has been updated by IEDC staff and brought in front of the Entrepreneurship Committee of the IEDC Board of Directors for their approval, with the last one being in November, just last month. As I mentioned, there was a lot of effort to normalize the policy and fund descriptions, add important definitions across all policies so that they were the same, including headquarters and what defines a significant Indiana presence. Conflict of interest sections was a big portion, particularly for the federal funds, which have more stringent requirements around managing conflict of interest. Amending and broadening the Indiana link, so understanding what it means to have a startup based in Indiana, and again ensuring that that's compliant with the 21 fund statute and the federal SSBCI program. Codifying waiver procedures, essentially when does an investment come in front of the IEDC Board of Directors, and when is it approved through the normal process by IEDC staff. And then lastly, to allow for a $25 million growth fund commitment to Elevate Ventures from the returns of those investments over the last 14 years. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Delaney?
These are investment funds, right?
They are, yes.
Do you have a report somewhere that shows me the history of the investments that have been made through this structure and the returns on those?
I do, yes.
Where would you find that?
I can send it to you.
All right, please, because I think that's what we're most interested in. In general, have there been positive returns?
There have been. So there's currently rough numbers here, but you can see the exact numbers in the report. In excess of $50 million worth of returns that have come back from these investments in Indiana companies from a financial point of view, and about $140 million of retained equity that we still have out in Indiana companies that are still hopefully growing. And the state in total has put approximately $177 million in these investment funds over the last 14 years and paid somewhere around $50 million in fees to Elevate Ventures.
$50 million to Elevate Ventures?
Over the course of the last 14 years.
And are we getting a positive return on the money that we put in? It sounds like we're getting back about what we put in.
We are, and expect to continue. Obviously, the nature of the returns that we believe the state's getting from making these investments is not just financial, though that's important. We want to be able to show that we did better with the money that by investing it than just letting it sit. But it's also the returns that we're getting from a traditional economic development point of view that you hear often with the projects that the IEDC incentivizes. So certainly these Indiana startups are creating jobs, high-wage jobs. The average salary of a company that the state is invested in is $100,000 a year salary. So we do think, in addition to the financial returns, there's economic returns that are coming back to the state as well.
At some point, does this become self-funding, become a wheel, a circle, so we don't have to kick in any more money?
At some point.
We're not there yet, huh?
We're not there yet. We're not there,
So
Representative.
is that a trajectory that you lined out?
It is a trajectory that we would like to see happen. I think that there's a lot of factors that go into making an evergreen fund. Generally speaking, these funds are being deployed at the very earliest, most risky stages. If there was a great return to get that early, the private sector would have been there. They're not. And so the state is helping de-risk and induce private sector investment in these companies by putting capital to work. It's not going to generate a return that you or I would want in our retirement accounts or in our brokerage accounts, but it will generate a financial return to the state that I think is acceptable for the work that we're doing on the economic development side. When you combine it with the economic returns from the jobs and the wages and the payroll, then it really starts to accelerate that this is a good investment for the state. It's ultimately returning more to state coffers than what we put out. But it will be some time before it's able to be evergreen. And I think the other side of that we are very cognizant of at the IEDC when we think about these investments is we also don't want to chase return. We want the public funds to be deployed in a way consistent with the statute, but also in a way that is getting maximum value for our startups. Some of the hardest companies to start and raise money and grow are life sciences and hard tech and some of these areas that Indiana is very well known for. That may mean that we're waiting longer to get a return on our investment than if we kind of chased hot deals that we thought were going to return money quicker versus doing the hard work of investing in these more high-tech, what we call hard tech industries.
You're just reducing the risk to the outside investors.
Correct.
Well, if you get that done and we get our money back, I'll feel good about it. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
If you would, please send that report to Ways and Means Office. We'll disperse to everybody. Thank you. Yes, Senator Cordora.
Thank you for your presentation. Mark, this question is mainly for you. So I understand this policy is specific to the 21st Fund. I have a more high-level question that is not related to this, but more to IEDC. I'm very interested in the conflict of interest language in this. Does IEDC board, I know that there are existing some language, but between the IEDC Foundation and the IEDC Board of Directors, there has been discussions over the last 2 years about transparency as far as financial transactions, who gets to approve which projects and whether or not members of the board, not the staff, but members of the board of IEDC and members of the board of the IEDC Foundation have received any transactions incentivized by the state of Indiana. Did IEDC revise its conflict of interest policies over the last year to be sure that what the relationship between the foundation and the board is well regulated?
Great question, Senator Cordora. And our foundation because it is the same board of directors, has the same conflict of interest policies that will apply to them regardless of whether it is the corporation or our foundation. The updates that have been made to these policies are just to ensure that there is alignment in terms of verbiage and consistency in that. But since the fund was created and for quite some time now, the IEDC has had a standard conflict of interest policy that applies to our board of directors and all IEDC staff. And that is confirmed and updated on an annual basis with the policy itself having been reviewed by the state ethics office to ensure that they were comfortable with that as well.
Who audits the books, the financial books for the foundation?
So it is part of our annual financial controls and regular audit. And we employ a third-party auditing firm. This year it was KSM.
Got it. So you have an external accounting firm that audits that. Normally, audits would include transactions. They would report in the audit report the transactions that are affiliated with board members. Is that audit report public?
Yes, it is. The latest audit, which was our federal audit, was just reviewed and approved by our board of directors during the last meeting, and we'll send you copies of those following this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Thank you. I believe next we have Department of Insurance. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Grant Lindman, and I'm the Assistant Director for Healthcare Costs Oversight at the Indiana Department of Insurance. David Lewis, a principal from Milliman, Seattle, is here with me today to provide an overview of the initial state of Indiana hospital price benchmarking Medicare repricing analysis that is required under House Enrollment Act 1004. And this report was sent to the committee on November 27th of this year.
Great. Good morning, Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to step through these slides here. I'm going to try to hit the main high points, but certainly if you have any questions at the end, please let me know. So what I'll be covering here just briefly is what was actually contained in the regulation, the hospital systems, nonprofit that were analyzed, description of the analysis. I have some brief results by system, hospital systems, what I mean every time I say system. System, the 3 years they're analyzed, and a comparison to the 285% of Medicare benchmarks stated in the regulation. Then we're going to break down the 2023 results and talk about considerations for the second year of the analysis, including dates. So at a very high level, the At a very high level, the regulation established a method for benchmarking commercial prices for 5 nonprofit Indiana hospital systems for 21, 22, 23. This was done as a percentage of Medicare reimbursement for all years as a method of benchmarking. The regulation stated a comparison point of the 285% of Medicare. Everything was done relative to that. We produced results separately, inpatient, outpatient, professional, and then the regulation requested a breakout for self-funded, fully funded, and individual. And I can do an analysis, but I can't operate it, so there it goes. All right, and these are the 5 systems for your reference on that slide. I don't think I need to repeat them. Sorry, there is an extreme lag. Okay. Okay. So basically, the analysis, we received 3 years of data. We worked with the systems to develop a data submission guide. They are providing us their discharge/claims data for that period. It was a significant amount of information, significant amount of data, over $17 billion in charges just for 23. As the data comes in, we don't just price it to Medicare. We do a fairly extensive process of review, validation, a lot of back and forth with the systems. We then do reprice it to Medicare for the comparison. And each hospital, a lot of the back and forth happened. Each hospital system reviewed the results, deemed them as reasonable and consistent with their expectations. Roughly, this is a very high-level comparison. The green circles are the things to focus on the most. What we're showing you is in the table, all 5 of the systems. We have each of the 3 years moving across. The circles show you how much below the 285% benchmark each of the systems were. And as you can see, all of those numbers are negative, meaning all of them were below. Now, focusing on 23 results, we here broke it out by inpatient, outpatient, and practitioner, which has all the doctors. So here, there's a significant amount of variation. And this is very common in a percent of Medicare benchmarking analysis to have this kind of relationship that you see here. Practitioner oftentimes, for many states, comes in much lower compared to hospital. And then the inpatient-outpatient relationship, of outpatient being so much higher, is also fairly common. Now, when it comes to the second year of analysis, we're going to do 3 years again. We're just going to step forward 1 year, bring everybody up. We will be updating prior years to make sure we have the most recent information. Sometimes there's a lag in what gets reported. And we do this round, there were a couple of data elements that the systems were not able to provide. So we'll be looking into whether those can be acquired and what it'll take to get them. And just a quick recap here of some of the key dates coming up for this analysis. In January, we're going to work with them on getting the new data submission guide set up. In February, we release it. We start to get things ready to receive the data, and then the rest of the year will be the entire analysis. There is a distinction we wanted to make here. Some of you may be familiar with the name Milliman. Milliman is a company. It has different profit centers within the company. I am with the Milliman Seattle practice. This is, for all intents and purposes, very separate from the Milliman Indianapolis practice. I am not involved whatsoever in any of the Medicaid work that they're doing, and they have not been involved in any of the work that I do. This is Milliman structure lends itself to having these independent units with firewalls between the work. We do have a centralized corporate structure that establishes policies, but it does not guide the specific projects or work that we do. So we wanted to address that. And that's it. Any questions, please?
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Delaney?
Mr. Lewis, I'm relatively new to this game. Could you share with me the magic of 285% of Medicare rates? Where does that number come from and what does it tell me?
It was in the regulation.
Right.
I was given that number.
I've heard it before, but what's it tell me? The hospital is getting 285% or less of the Medicare rate. That's all it tells me. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that high? Is that low? What are you telling me?
I don't know why the regulation chose that number. And honestly, the comparison that's done, and I can go back to the slide, you technically didn't need a number to benchmark to. I think it's just a reference point for people. You can have the numbers, compare them directly to, with what you've got, but I don't know what came up with that number.
So what am I supposed to do with this number?
I think you would probably have to go back to the intent behind the regulation, which I would be speculating, but it seems that the first step in a deep look at reimbursement is to get a feeling for what you have now. And this is a what do we have now kind of view. Again, I don't know the reasoning behind it, but that is the impression I got, is you just want to understand where things are at right now.
Do you have any comment on why the practitioner rates are so much lower?
I do. It's very common that practitioner comes in lower. This is what's a little bit confusing, and let me take a moment to talk about why we compare to Medicare. So when you get into healthcare, you've got this wide range of services, obviously. Office visit for $50, delivery maybe $5,000. To compare it on a charge basis, because things vary so much, is really hard. So a nice way to summarize and simplify this kind of analysis is to pick a baseline you can relate everything to. And so Medicare is often chosen as the baseline. And the reason it's chosen, this is a commercial analysis, but the reason Medicare is chosen typically is because everybody knows Medicare. It's rare to find a provider that isn't familiar with Medicare schedules. So you begin relating every fee to Medicare so you can turn everything into percentages. Now, when it comes to practitioner or professional fees, most markets across the country that I've seen have professional with a much lower percent of Medicare than facility. Now, the thing I would caution against is that doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting paid less than expected. Remember, the denominator is Medicare. So these are percentages relative to Medicare. So arguments that I have heard about this is that Medicare has, more substantial payments, however you want to phrase it, for practitioners. So it's simply making the denominator bigger, pulling the percentage down. But there are different opinions out there on that. That's just mine.
Are the practitioners you're dealing with here employees of the hospital systems?
In this instance, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is not all practitioner data for patients served by this. They're only ones that are part of these nonprofit hospital systems.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Delaney, I'll try to make a comment on that 285. I think I might be able to color some context for you there. So I'm going to take a moment just as a reminder for everybody here and that everybody's watching to kind of just remind everybody and color the context on how we got here to today. So I believe it was in 2022, the Speaker of the House and the President Pro Tem of the Senate sent a letter to our hospital systems basically saying, get your houses in order. There have been a number of studies released that Hoosiers' healthcare costs were wildly high compared to other states, in the top 5 or 6, I think, in the nation. None of the hospital systems responded with the exception of one, and as memory recalls, and if I'm wrong, somebody check me on this, but I think it was IU Health that was the only hospital system that responded. Everybody else was totally silent. And it wasn't until House Bill 1004 in 2023 was proposed and presented that hospitals come to the table to be part of this conversation. And so, and it was interesting to me that, even at that time, they said, well, we're here in good faith. Well, they weren't here in good faith. They were there at the time because they were scared of legislation, and that legislation ended up being House Bill 1004, House Enrolled Act 1004. So here's, so fast forward to today. Here's just some of the issues that I have with this particular study. So the first question I've got is, can I take this data and compare hospital pricing to any other state in the nation?
You're asking if we perform that analysis?
I'm just asking, can us as a body, can we take the information that's presented here today and compare it to hospital costs in any other state in the nation?
I think that you can. Now, there is something, and I'm going to try not to dive too deep into the math. Anytime you do a comparison to Medicare, anytime you use Medicare as a basis to do comparisons, you have to be careful in how you define Medicare. Now, Medicare for these kinds of benchmarkings, it has been my experience, is typically meant as the price Medicare has, not necessarily the way that Medicare would cover benefits. So Medicare also has something that's unique when it comes to hospital payments, is it has a lot of hospital-specific adjustments that are not necessarily directly related to the services. You have things like uncompensated care, like a bad debt, medical education. And so you have entities out there that for hospital-specific Medicare patient payments for Medicare patients will get these big additional adjustments. Now, 1004 did not state whether or not its definition of Medicare should or should not include that. Because of that, we did create a second parallel analysis, and I'm going to go ahead and jump. This is a chaser slide at the end, if I can once again figure out how to use this remote. So this one is different in that, so the denominator of the inpatient percentages has a different form of Medicare than the other one. So let me restate it again. The original Medicare you saw had everything in it. This one takes out those hospital-specific adjustments not related to the services that are done. It is my opinion, and with many of the studies I've done over the last few decades, that when you want to do a percent of Medicare comparison between entities, it's important to take that stuff out because now you put them on a more comparable basis. So we have an example in the report for, you may pay two hospitals the exact same amount, $10,000. But this one, if you use that hospital-specific Medicare, this one, maybe its Medicare is $5,000. So 10 to 5, you get 200% of Medicare. But then you go to another one, maybe its Medicare is $4,000. So now you create a different percentage simply because of the denominator changing. Nothing to have to do with what you're actually paying them. So the intent here is that we make the Medicare on a more comparable basis. The reason I'm giving a very long-winded explanation for that is that if you wanted to compare to other states, it is my opinion that this would be the basis you'd use for the comparison.
Okay, so do any other states have this information that we can compare this to right now? That was the whole intent of 1004.
Sure.
That's why I'm asking.
Sure. When it comes to comparisons to other states, there are many other data sources, and we have many here at Milliman that have commercial benchmarking for the entire country, highly credible numbers for most markets. So this analysis went directly to hospitals and said, give me your data. Give me your full commercial book of business. We have it defined in the report. So this is a very thorough analysis of these 5 hospitals, but there are comparisons that can be done to many other states and markets across the country that would likely get you to the answer you're talking about.
So I appreciate that. So specifically to the 285, so where that came from was ultimately the RAND study. So the RAND study was sort of, I think when I first got elected in 2019, my first session, I think was maybe RAND's first study that they published from data a year or two prior to that. Now, maybe a year or two off there, but when I first got into the General Assembly, I remember going to some sort of briefing about this RAND study in healthcare costs specific to Indiana. And it's been updated, I think, every year since then. So RAND's a nonprofit, nonpartisan research organization. It's highly respected in a lot of different spaces, but in healthcare space too. And so that study started getting cited over and over and over and over. And basically what it said was, I think Indiana was 6th or 7th highest hospital healthcare costs in the nation. Now, what was interesting about this, if I recall, during the debate of 1004 with the hospitals specifically, when the 285% of Medicare was put into the bill as a benchmark, every one of them said, we're over. We're over that. Every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But your study doesn't reflect that.
It does not. And this is a slide at the end regarding comparison to RAND. Mm-hmm. Many of the hospital systems were familiar with RAND. Mm-hmm. RAND does have a slightly different data set.
Sure.
It does not contain individual members with individual coverage, or ACA. It has a slightly different definition of Medicare, and the professional services that are included, it's a different set. Now, as you noticed earlier, and then as he was asking about the professional percent of Medicare, the more professional you have, since it has a lower percent of Medicare, you could lower your total that you get more easily. The less professional you have can also cause it to go up. So all of the systems, when we went through that, many were familiar with the RAND study, and we had talked through that with them about how RAND did come in with their numbers being higher. But again, they were very comfortable with it. Well, you know, as comfortable as an actuary telling you what your numbers are can be. And they understood some of the differences when we discussed with them.
So I would assume as Milliman navigated kind of the parameters of 1004 and kind of what was tasked within that bill, you probably had to rely on Department of Insurance to color some of that, right? Hey, here's a question. What do you guys think? And I would assume there was some collaboration back and forth between the agency and Milliman,
Yes,
right?
quite a bit.
Okay. So can you speak to what were some of those questions?
Yeah, I would say probably one of the most fundamental ones in the beginning is, what do you mean when you say Medicare? And I did have concern, because again, as you'll see in the report, we created two sets of results with these two definitions. And I did have concerns about confusing things, but I felt very strongly that, because when you first look at that table of numbers, you know the 285, but when you first look at it, you almost inevitably compare one system to another. And it's like, well, you've got the different Medicare, you really shouldn't do that. So right away, that was my biggest discussion with the DOI, saying, all right, you know, everybody, I think this could be a source of confusion. Of course, creating two sets of results is another source of confusion, but they still supported our recommendation to have the two sets that are out there. So I would say that at a minimum was the big one.
Well, so in the essence of time for this committee, let me just get to my larger point here.
Okay.
All the hospital systems during the debate of 1004 said outwardly we're over 285. But yours doesn't reflect that.
Right.
We have studies from RAND, UC Berkeley, Harvard, the Healthcare Cost Institute, and a number of others that all say healthcare costs in Indiana are outrageous, but yours does not. What's interesting about this study is that the hospitals are directly involved with IDOI and with Milliman in trying to determine some of this. Where they were not involved with was with RAND, UC Berkeley, Harvard, or the Healthcare Cost Institute. Furthermore, my understanding is that there was an individual from IU Health that left as the Director of Government Programs, oddly enough, the same year that 1004 passed, that then went to IDOI to oversee this study. So would you comment to that or speak to that, please?
That was before I got here. I've been in this position since September 30th of this year. They left, and so.
So you have no knowledge of that?
I know who they are, but I wasn't involved in that.
Could you see a conflict of interest there potentially?
It depends.
I think it does depend. I think you're right.
No, and the reason why I say that, it's difficult to find people with the ability and the background to do these types of roles. So I can't comment one way or the other on that, but when I look at this, it's difficult, like I said, to find people who understand this information to be able to work on these types of projects.
But may I just, one thing you meant, if we look at this slide, the last bullet, a big part of the analysis we did was to have back and forth with the hospitals, review results, and we don't simply run it and throw the numbers. It's a very intensive process, and we did have them confirm and give an official sign-off on what we produced.
Oh, I'm sure they gladly officially signed off on this. I have no doubt, because it's one of the only studies that shows them under the benchmark of what we set.
And it is the most detailed analysis that could be done. Looking at actual claims data, it would be astonishing to me if somebody could find a way to fake.
So how do you
this kind of
reconcile the hospitals telling us, we know we're over 285, but then the hospitals are involved in your methodology, and specifically somebody directly involved with the largest healthcare system in the state who made more money on investments than they made on providing healthcare, also involved in this? But yet your numbers come in lower. Help reconcile that for me, because I've got constituents that want to know the answer.
I understand. So you're saying they told you they knew they were over 285?
That they freaked out. Any legislator that was involved in that 1004 bill will tell you the hospitals went crazy because they all thought they were over the 285 benchmark.
I don't know the context of that. I don't know the details around that
I'm sure you
discussion.
don't.
But I do know that many of them, when we came to them these numbers, were not very familiar with their own experience They did not have a good idea of it. And when they saw the detail, we went through the analysis.
So I'm going to push back just for a second.
Sure, that's
Our
fine.
hospital systems are one of the most sophisticated platforms, not just in Indiana. So to suggest that they don't know their numbers, I think is either naive or something else that I won't speculate. But again, I don't think that's the case.
Well, and
I think every one of these hospital systems knows every one of their numbers because there's a lot of people that are making a lot of money to make sure they do that and to have sophisticated business models to make sure we can't peel back the layers, which is exactly what we're dealing with here.
And I'm giving the wrong impression here. I'm not attempting to defend that. The point I'm making is that through the course of the analysis I did, many of them did not seem to have the same complexity of what we were doing, and we identified things that were helpful, but it seemed that it would be a challenge for them to come up with something as rigorous as we did.
Last question for you. Could you understand why the optics might be so bad?
Oh, sure. I understand why the optics would be so bad.
Yeah.
But like I said, that was,
How much money did we spend on this study?
I don't have the numbers with me right now, but I'll get back with you on those exact
Yeah.
numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cadora?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the presentation. A couple of questions. As it relates to the data elements that you've used in the analysis, what variables did you control for that you excluded from the study? For example, did you exclude charitable write-off if, let's say, one of the hospital systems submitted a claim for a $500,000 procedure that they ended up writing off for whatever reason, or negotiated discount with the health insurance companies? Did your analysis factor, when you looked at the below 285 of Medicare, what did you control for as variables and data elements that could have lowered this analysis or lowered the threshold before the 285?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We did not. So the reason is that the analysis, as we understood it, was to compare their commercial prices to what the equivalent Medicare price would be. So as you can see in the report, we actually considered two different approaches to this analysis. The first one could have been simply to get their contracts that they have with the various commercial insurance companies. Get the contracts, and the contracts are like a menu of prices that we could have gone and gotten those prices and then found a way to roll them up, get a Medicare equivalent, and compare. So that would have been a pure price comparison. The claims data, by us doing it this way, we already had data that had the prices on it, and it did take effort to work with the systems to make sure they could get to the pure price. But we got that data as a method of getting the price and then doing the comparison. So a lot of what you're describing was not a part of the analysis because it would have reduced the contracted commercial price.
So when you looked at the claim, let's say that for the commercial space, I assume this is private insurance. So let's say a person is insured with Anthem, and they had a procedure that was commercially priced at $500,000. But the negotiated discount between the hospital and the insurance said you pay only $50,000, and then the rest applies your deductibles, all of that stuff. Which price or data element did you use? Did you use the $500,000 or the negotiated discounted price on that claim?
The negotiated discounted price, because that would have been from the contract.
Got it. So the negotiated discount price. And I think that could be a reason why it lowered it before the 285. And to confirm, you excluded the commercial analysis, did not include Medicaid specifically because it's not commercial.
Yes, and Medicare, and there's quite a few others.
Great. Well, I would just agree with my colleagues. This is not for me to highlight my interest in the topic, but I spent my PhD working specifically on a dissertation titled Indiana's Nonprofit Health Organizations, Hospital Systems, Whose Interest Do They Advance, the Patient or Their Financial Interest? I spent 5 years working on this. And I think there will be a couple of pieces of legislation to come up with a study to look at the role of nonprofit hospitals and nonprofit insurance companies and nonprofit PBMs with proper regulations to ensure that they align with the over 100 years of legislative history on a federal and state level of what does it mean to be a nonprofit. You can be profitable. The law does not prohibit you from being profitable. But the law does, prohibit you from not reinvesting back in the mission and paying hundreds of millions of dollars nationwide in executive compensation, and then having profit margins that could be as high as 20, 25, 30% in suburban communities for the same procedures that are offered at much lower cost in urban settings. So I think this analysis needs to be updated with more comprehensive parameters so that we as a state have a better understanding. I understand you're the messenger. You're dealing with analysis that, the parameters that you were giving with. But I think we are in a crisis mode in the state of Indiana with healthcare. And it's reflective on the Medicaid side with people not being healthy. And it's reflected in people not being able to afford it. And the hundreds of millions of dollars of medical debt that is crippling Hoosier families across the state. I appreciate the analysis. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this issue.
Representative Delaney?
Yeah, I just want to follow to make sure I understand, because I have the sense we're going to hear this topic again somehow. And so you have two different charts.
Yes.
Which one do you think is the better one to compare? The one that's in the front of your materials, or the one near the back that you referred to as a, quote, chaser slide? I had not heard that term before.
Yes.
Which one would be more likely to lead to a clear and correct understanding?
Well, the first one is the one with the full Medicare, and it was our interpretation that that may be what the regulation intended because it stated the 285. It is my opinion that when you begin comparing systems to each other or to other sources, that the difference in Medicare causes a comparison issue. So I would lean towards the later slide if you compare them to each other, or if you had other benchmarks you wanted to compare to.
You think the later of the two slides is more representative for purposes of comparison with other states, for example?
Yes.
Okay, and I noticed that most of the hospitals, I'm only looking at the inpatient column, it went up about 20% roughly, except for IU Health. Is that because they have all this training money coming from Washington and so forth, they get extra revenues? Why are they different?
Yes, one of the adjustments that Medicare has is medical education.
Right.
So they receive quite a bit of that, and so their Medicare number ends up being larger. But here's kind of the irony of that, is their Medicare base number being so much larger can pull them down, but then when you take it out, it pushes them up the greatest distance. So the change in the IU Health inpatient number, and the report has it in much more detail.
Right.
Is probably one of the biggest, because they are an educational.
Yeah, so they have a different program, as it were, and they have a different revenue source as well as a different cost structure because they're adding that additional public component of training people.
Yeah, most hospitals have some.
Right, yeah.
But
all-
they, being an, a university, have a lot.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. I look forward to meeting you again.
Oh, likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have, I believe, Department of Health. Come forward, please.
Could you just repeat?
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you again, Chairman Thompson and committee. We will be talking to you about the Health First Indiana initiative today. And again, my name is Lindsay Weaver, State Health Commissioner in Indiana, and this is Amy Kent, Chief of Staff. So I'd like to start by thanking you all, the legislators, for passing Senate Bill 4 and investing funding into our most precious commodity, which is our health. Since 1900, the average lifespan in the U.S. has lengthened by greater than 30 years, and 25 of those are due to public health advances. 2 years ago, we shared with you that over the last decade, life expectancy in Indiana is actually going down. And working age individuals 25 to 64 are dying at greater rates. Indiana had consistently scored poorly in health metrics, often ranking towards the bottom of the nation, and we have seen rising healthcare costs, including medical care spending on preventable treatments. We have named this investment and initiative Health First Indiana because we are truly putting health first and focusing on prevention. Health First Indiana empowers locally driven solutions that is based in data and leverages partnerships with community organizations, healthcare providers, educators, first responders, businesses, in order to enhance resources, share expertise, and foster a collaborative approach to ensure that we have sustainable health improvements. This investment is not only vital for improving health outcomes, but also serves as a catalyst for economic growth and stability. We are ultimately investing in a healthier workforce and future here in Indiana. For 2024, we had 86 of our 92 counties opt in to this funding. Budget review showed that approximately 80% of that funding was spent on preventative core public health services, such as access and linkage to clinical care, chronic disease prevention, and maternal and child health, with only 20% on the more regulatory services like food protection and environmental public health, such as well water testing. In 2025, all 92 counties have opted into this funding, and review of their planned budget shows 81% of the funding going towards those preventative services, and even higher percentages going towards chronic disease prevention, maternal and child health, and trauma and injury prevention. Partnerships and collaboration are at the core of success for Health First Indiana. In 2024, 383 partners received funding, and almost 20% of the HFI funding, or $14 million, went to those partners. In 2025, it'll be a higher number of 694 partners receiving funding, and 30%, which equals $46 million of those going out to our community partner organizations, schools, local law enforcement, EMS and fire, faith-based organizations, and healthcare entities, all to assist in addressing the core public health services and working to improve health outcomes. Partnerships go beyond that funding, and local health departments have established over 1,000 new partnerships to do this very important work. In 2025, 49 hospitals received funding to assist in this work. And in 2025, 49 hospitals will receive funding to assist in this work. On our website, healthfirstindiana.in.gov, we are proving that we are in the game of transparency. We want all of this data to be at your hands, as well as Hoosiers across the state. We have provided the funding amounts for each county for 2023, 24, and 25, and have links to the 2024 budgets, and the 25 budgets will be up just shortly after the new year. As a reminder, counties with low life expectancy or in higher risk for poor health outcomes did receive a higher amount of funding per capita than other counties, and those are highlighted with the darker green color. We have also developed a county health scorecard looking at 9 different health metrics. We're continuing to add more and update these as we get updated information so that counties can see their health areas of biggest need, and attention and funding can go to those areas. They're able to compare themselves to each other as well as Indiana and the nation. For example, comparing Hendricks County and Montgomery County. In Montgomery County, you can see that 15.7% of pregnant moms are smoking during their pregnancy, and yet it's only 2.8% in Hendricks County. So Montgomery County, no surprise, has identified this as one of their key performance metrics that they will be going after next year, with a plan to reduce to 13% in a few years, and are doing activities to encourage moms to get connected to cessation services and not smoke in the first place. We are tracking what new activities, programs, and initiatives our local health departments are doing. In December of 2023, before any county got any funding or started on this initiative, we asked them if they had a comprehensive, evidence-based program or promising practice to address obesity and obesity-related diseases within their community. You can see that there was only 14 that had completed or were in the process of doing so. And yet, just by June of 2024, that number has grown to 54 counties that have a program actually in place or in the process of establishing it. And we know that number to be higher, and so we'll continue to update this as we get more data in. We are also tracking activities, because the activities will lead to the improvement in the health outcomes. This is just a snapshot. There are more examples in the appendix of this PowerPoint. But for example, and this is just through August of this year, and if remember, they got their funding at the beginning of January, our local health departments identified 955 people with undiagnosed high blood pressure, 298 that had elevated hemoglobin A1C, so they had diabetes or prediabetes, we're not aware, and 781 with high cholesterol. Assuming 25% of those identify with high blood pressure and cholesterol, which would be 434 of that 1,700, maintain control of their disease, that reduces the risk of stroke by 25%. And the cost of a stroke on average is about $140,000. So a potential savings of $15.1 million in just the first 8 months of Health First Indiana. We are working with the Fairbanks Public School of Health to do an evaluation on the return on investment in this funding. As we do know from other studies that typical return on investment is for every $1 you put into public health, you have a $14 return on investment. Our Fairbanks Public School of Health is looking at the different activities that the local health departments are doing, and they are providing that estimated presumed return on investment for the future. And on the next slide, you can see here that between January of 2024, local health departments reported a total of 581,000 services delivered. And the total dollar value is estimated of direct and indirect costs. And this is just looking at 3 of the services. So they'll be looking at many more, but just 3 of the services, specifically prenatal care, blood pressure screenings, and fall prevention. Their preliminary analysis is a return on investment of savings of $95 million in just those 3 areas. We have updated our activity tracker, and as of the beginning of this month, it is now 855,000 services that have been provided with Health First Indiana funding. We know this number to actually be larger because our health departments are providing this information at a different time schedule compared to others, but we will have better and updated information during session. And the Fairbanks Public School of Health will be putting out this report today. Looking at key performance indicators, we will have our state key performance indicators by the end of the year. For example, our goal is to reduce our obesity from 44% to 42% in the next 5 years. And that's a big jump considering we've only been growing for many decades. And this is an example of the local health department key performance indicators that we will also publish by the end of the year. You can see these are not activities. These are true goals and plans to change health outcomes by which all of you can hold us and the local health departments accountable. So just a quick example. Looking at Monroe County, their goal is to decrease preterm birth rate in Monroe County from 10% to 9.7% by 2027. And Jay and Hamilton County are looking to reduce the number of ED visits due to falls in both of their counties. And falls on average cost about $16,000 for a visit to the emergency department. And as I shared with you yesterday, is a leading cause of mortality in our older people here in Indiana. So with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr., for being here. In your professional opinion, in fiscal year 2025, the amount of funding where it is now, should we increase that, or is that enough? Or, we have counties now opting in, as you illuminated through your presentation. So do you think we need to have more money in this because things are going to be tight? All right, so how do we make Indiana more healthy?
Sure.
Is this a good avenue to do that?
Yeah, a couple of things to note that from my perspective, and if you would talk to your local elected officials and local communities, they are already seeing the difference that this funding is making in their communities. And like I said, it's not just health, right? It's an investment in our education. Kids who are healthier perform better. In our businesses, right? We know that businesses, when they look to move to communities, they're looking at the health of that community. And even if we have poor health metrics, the fact that we're now doing something about it really does matter. So it is an investment beyond just health. To answer your first question, the original ask was $200 million a year with a goal. So the ask was $100 million in '24, $200 million in '25 to provide that ramp up. There was a reduction by 25%, so it was $75 million in '24 and $150 million in '25. A lot of work and effort went into developing those numbers, to looking across the nation on public health spending, of course, taking into account the ROI and our poor health metrics. That means that now that all counties who have opted in are getting 25% less than originally asked. So we will, of course, be working with all of you in the incoming administration on figuring out what that correct number is to request in the coming years.
Because thank you, Representative Delaney, just one more question. So my comment is that over years, public health has been woefully underfunded. And even when we did our presentations over the last year or so, we talked about the lack of dollars that we were doing as a state versus other states. So at this point, we're not cutting edge. We're essentially catching up to other states in regards to healthcare. So I think it's imperative that we, even though we had everyone's opt-in now, that those dollars should be there, because I think it does meet the need. And if we want to look at the social determinants of health and other things like that, as well as the workforce, and having a workforce that's a well workforce to develop, all that comes together. So I just want to thank you for this initiative. That's my comment for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Delaney?
Yeah, I want to make sure I understand your chart. These numbers that you use for the various things done, tests, given inoculations and so forth, are the ones done through the departments of health, right? Not through private providers?
So we are asking if, for example, if they are partnering with a community-based organization that is providing prenatal care services, they are including in this. So this is
Okay.
activities connected to Health First Indiana.
Connected with them?
That's right.
Okay. And are there goals, for example? What's our statewide goal for adult obesity? Do we have a goal for that?
Yeah, to reduce it by 2%.
And what's our average right now?
Right now, we're at 44% of adults are obese.
Okay, and I'm not criticizing, 2% is a big number, I can tell under that thing, okay. And do we have similar goals for vaccination rates, for example?
We have, like I said, by the end of the year, we will have 10 key performance indicators that we will be looking to address. It, of course, will be looking to decrease infant mortality. We're looking to decrease number of hospitalizations for stroke, diabetes, just for a couple of examples. So I don't have all those numbers off the top of my head, but we will have those by the end of the year and in all of your hands in January.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have Marian University.
All right.
Most of the other floor is yours.
Thank you. Chairman Thompson and the members of the State Budget Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today about the Indiana Primary Care Scholarship. My name is Kyle Hattenberg, and I serve as the Assistant Vice President of Health Professions Enrollment Management at Marian University in the Wood College of Osteopathic Medicine. In our first 8 classes, as of May 2024, we have graduated over 1,100 new osteopathic medical students. Of those, over 170 have participated in the primary care scholarship programs. Specifically, our graduates in our first 8 classes in primary care areas of family medicine, internal medicine, OB-GYN, pediatrics, and general psychiatry all rank in our top 7 specialty areas our students are completing residencies in. So far this year, as of 10/24/2024, we have awarded 51 scholarships totaling $555,000. We expect that number to rise to 175 scholarships awarded by the end of this academic year, as stated in our request letter under the 24-25 academic year projection header. Overall, the decision to incentivize students to work in primary care and serve the state of Indiana after graduation has been overwhelmingly positive. One of our core missions at the College of Osteopathic Medicine is to produce primary care physicians for the state of Indiana. Annually, more than half of our incoming students are residents of the state, with our newest class being 63% Indiana residents. If you look at osteopathic physicians nationally, nearly 57% practice in primary care. For Marian, over 60% of our students historically have gone on to residencies in primary care medicine. In 2024, 40% of Marian students matched into residency programs in the state of Indiana. However, of the students who received the primary care scholarship, over the span of the program, on average, we see 71% of those students matching into the state of Indiana. And of that group who have now completed their residencies, around 95% have stayed in the state of Indiana and are now practicing in more than 30 counties across the state. With that, I am happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you very much, Kyle. The question is, how many of the graduates are currently serving in medically underserved areas in urban and rural?
It's really hard to determine that just from that, and we're looking more into that. But a large number, Indiana, obviously, most areas are medically underserved. And so our students right now are in over 30 different counties. So they're serving in a really large amount. We're looking into a more specific study that would really get those numbers. And as soon as we have that study, which will be probably mid-spring, as we're looking at right now, we can get that information to you, Representative Porter.
Yeah, and Kyle, that question I asked is not a new question.
Mm-hmm.
I've been asking that question for at least 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So you should be prepared to answer, because when we first did the program, it was mandated that they would serve in medically underserved areas, and then it was mysteriously left the black and white part of what we asked them to do. And so I'm just very concerned about that. Also, my other question is, how many African American or black students or minority students that you're graduating that are in those medically underserved areas? Do you have that data?
I don't have that, but that's certainly something I can look into, Representative Porter. I don't have that specific data. I know that about 5% of our graduates that took primary care scholarships were black students. But I can look at them serving in the underserved area.
And when can we expect to get that to the chairman and his team to disseminate among the?
So that specific one, I think we can get that to you within the next couple of weeks. I think the overall analysis, that might take us a little bit longer. Like I say, we're working with an outside company to really get a really good information. But I feel confident we can get you some initial data in the next 2 weeks. And then a more thorough report will come hopefully by, like I say, mid-spring.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Mishler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I see these numbers, they seem like they contradict.
Okay.
So I see where it says 122 students at 1.4 million, but then you look at your chart and you have 51 students at 555,000, and then you're asking for 2 million.
So this is something that we're looking at trying to make a little bit clear. So like the number of scholarships aren't necessarily specific to students. So a student can get more than one scholarship if they take it like in their second or third year. There are catch-up scholarships. So the number of scholarships isn't the number of students specifically. It's the number of scholarships we have awarded. So instance, if somebody takes a scholarship in their second year, and this is what's written in the charter, and that is they would get $10,000 for that year, but then they'd get a catch-up scholarship of $7,500. So they could initially get 3 scholarships. So we have put on there, that's how many actual scholarships we're looking to award, not necessarily the specific amount of students.
Okay, so it's 51 students in your chart, but it's 122 scholarships.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have Commission on Higher Education. Whenever you're ready, take your time. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thanks for having us join you this morning. My name is Seth Hinshaw, and I serve as the Chief Financial Officer for the Indiana Commission for Higher Education. Joining me today is Josh Garrison, our Chief of Staff, and we're coming as a follow-up to our April presentation before you in this very room on the Frank O'Bannon Grant, specifically for the 25-26 academic year. So I'll turn it over to Josh in just a moment to walk you through at a high level the Frank O'Bannon Grant, to remind you of some of those nuances of the program, as well as walk you through some major changes that have occurred at the federal level with FAFSA and some of the challenges that's posed to the commission. And then finally, we'll walk you through what the commission has adopted in its new schedule of awards for the next academic year. So I'll start, I turn it over to Josh.
Thank you, Seth. And I believe Seth handed out a presentation, and I'll walk through that with you all. I want to start with an overview of what the Frank O'Bannon Grant is on the first slide, and it is Indiana's primary need-based financial aid program. The General Assembly generously appropriates just under $168 million per year over this biennium, and it's created by two different awards. Those are the Higher Education Award and the Freedom of Choice Grant. Those two programs serve different populations, and I'll talk about that here in a second. Students to receive the award must show financial need, and to renew the award, they have to meet credit completion benchmarks. So they have to meet certain academic and items to renew the award. Students who do not meet the credit completion benchmarks receive a reduced amount known as the full-time. And I mention that because that'll come up on the schedule that we show you here in a little bit. Due to declining enrollments, the Frank O'Bannon Grant has built a fairly significant fund balance over the last few years, which is why we came before this body in 2022 to ask for an increase in the maximum, so the top level Frank O'Bannon Grant, by about 35%. That increased the maximum award back to pre-recession levels. If you remember, there was a cut to the grant in 2009 prior to the academic year, and we were restoring it back to those levels. The maximum award for this last year was $12,400 at a private institution and $6,200 at a public institution. We are required to approve the Frank O'Bannon Grant on an annual basis, which is why we're before you today. Due to the issues with the FAFSA, which I'll discuss, we are coming in at a little bit different time. We typically try to come before you all in the early fall to give our institutions as much time as possible to create awards. The Budget Committee must review these awards, and we are required by state law to award them on need. Before I go into the FAFSA portion of this, I do want to say that the Higher Education Award and Freedom of Choice Award serve two different populations. The Freedom of Choice Award is required to go to our private nonprofit institutions, our independent colleges that you know of. The Higher Education Award has to go to our public 4-year, public 2-year, and any for-profit institutions that are eligible. We're required by state law for the Freedom of Choice Grant to be double the amount of the Higher Education Award for a similarly situated student. So that is why when you look at the award amounts, it's $12,400 and $6,200. As mentioned, the amount that they qualify for is determined by the FAFSA. That's the free application for federal student aid. And as you've heard, and I know that Senator Garton, you've pointed out the issues with the FAFSA at various budget committee meetings. They simplified it, quote unquote, simplified the FAFSA a couple of years ago. And we ran into significant problems. It has been nothing short of a fiasco for students, families, and institutions. Part of the changes were to change from what was called expected family contribution, which was how they determine need, to something called the Student Aid Index. That is how we determine need. They also changed the qualifications behind that. Because of the changes of the qualifications, more students qualify for aid generally, but a significantly higher population qualify for the highest amount. And we have been working through this over the last year. I want to run you through a brief timeline of what happened starting in 2023. Sometime in March 23, the FAFSA, or the Federal Student Aid, announced that the FAFSA would not open until late December. Typically, that's October 1st. So we usually have about 2 months of FAFSA filing time and time to receive data to build projections. That did not happen. We were also then told that we would receive what are called institutional institutional student information records, which is what shows student need in January. We did not receive these files until March, and when we did receive them, nearly 40% of them had errors on them. We were not able to create or have full accurate data until sometime in May. As mentioned, the FAFSA opened December 30th with limited availability and significant technical issues that persisted all the way until August. On February 2nd, knowing that our institutions needed to get award letters out to students, we met with our financial aid colleagues across the state to talk about a way forward, because at that time we still did not have data. And we presented two options to the Financial Aid Association. One was that we move forward with the current award schedule, understanding that there would likely be a cut needed the next year, or that we do a haircut in the dark without data. We all agreed to move forward with proposing to continue with the same award for the 24-25 year. In March, the commission then approved those awards. As mentioned, then the federal student aid announced various problems with the information that we received, with the budget committee reviewing them in April 19th. This then allowed our institutions to start creating them and claiming awards for students. We worked with the institutions then to set another deadline, which was October 11th of this year. We set that deadline for them to say what they needed from funding because they were still running through issues with the FAFSA as well. After we saw the claims on October 11th of this year, and to be clear, institutions are still claiming due to non-traditional terms. We then worked with them to come forward with the new proposal that you'll see today. The commission then approved those, the updated schedule that you have before you on November 14th, which is what led us here. And I will hand it over to Seth to talk about how last year went from a FAFSA filing standpoint.
And before we move forward, I just want to note, Josh made the comment that institutions weren't really able to make fully informed aid packages to students until May of this year, which is 5 months at least later than they normally would. And this is extremely important specifically for first-time freshmen, so your high school seniors, because they're making enrollment decisions based off these aid packages. So that is a major component to the timeline that the commission operates under to make sure that our institutions are able to provide as informed as possible aid estimates and give those to families as early as possible. And I think that's especially important to note as we focus on keeping as many of these students in Indiana as possible after graduation. So now let's talk through the award for the for the current fiscal year. Excuse me. So as Josh mentioned, there were a lot of challenges with the federal fiasco with the FAFSA, but we still did an incredible job as a state. The commission was laser focused on this for several months. Our K-12 colleagues were laser focused on this, community organizations, our institutions. An incredible amount of effort and work went into this. To give you an idea of scale, I mean, for all intents and purposes this spring, any post-secondary institution or even a lot of our secondary institutions kind of put a lot of other policy initiatives on hold and maximize the message of file the FAFSA. If you think you filed it, go check, make sure you filed it, file the FAFSA, file the FAFSA. We provided a number of public opportunities for staff to support families in the filing. And so I just want to stress that it really was an all hands on deck effort. Because of that effort, Indiana fared very well compared to the nation. For all intents and purposes, we had the best 24-25 FAFSA rollout of any state in the nation in a number of different categories. And it's ultimately ended with relatively flat filing rate as of the April 15th priority deadline. And while that is not necessarily an exciting headline, the reality is most states saw a dramatic decrease in the number of students filing the FAFSA. And so we were able to minimize that impact. As I mentioned, by April 15th, which is the priority deadline for the Franco-Bannon grants, we were relatively flat for the number of FAFSAs filed. I do want to note that in recent years, the commission, we call it a priority deadline because what the commission has done is as it receives that information from the federal government on FAFSAs that are filed, it uses that to model and project the Franco-Bannon expenditures, right, to live within that appropriation. And so traditionally what's occurred as enrollments have declined is we've moved that date back some number of days, weeks, or months. So for example, in the previous year, May 15th was the final deadline used. This year, there was about 34,000 students who filed between April 15th and May 15th. And so keep in mind that May 15th was the final deadline this year when we look through expenditure data. But what we saw is the need of students dramatically increased of those that did file by April 15th. Overall need raised 8.6%. That's students in the highest need category, and high school seniors' highest need rose 14%. And what that did was the projection we provided this committee for fiscal 25 of approximately $2.10 million has been increased. Our now current estimate is $225 million for the current fiscal year. Now, if you look at this first graph, the orange and blue bars, you'll see that thankfully we do have the fund balance to meet that financial expenditure this year, but adjustment is necessary. We will not be able to continue at the current pace. We anticipate that the expenditures, if all else being the same, will actually next year will exceed the current year because the FAFSA did get rolled out several months earlier this year than last year, still well after October 1st. But it has improved. But one thing I want to note, if you look at that far right column where it shows the proposed schedule, we're estimating to spend about $175 million a year under the schedule, which I want to note that is still $44 million more than the Franco-Bannon grant spent in fiscal 2023. So even with the changes in the schedule of the awards that we're bringing before you today, the state will still distribute $44 million a year more to Hoosiers students to continue their post-secondary education. And we're very pleased and proud of that opportunity. The next graph shows a more extended look to kind of give you an idea of what the commission is modeling after. What are we aiming for? And that is this kind of what we would call this glide path that we talked about 2 years ago when we initially increased the award. We want to get to a place where there's consistency, where once we start receiving the federal data at a more regular cadence as we used to, we're able to project much earlier and families are much more aware as early as possible of the financial aid opportunities for them, not just from the state, but also from the institutions in which they enroll.
So for the award scale you see before you today, we used a few items to prioritize how we were going to make adjustments. First, we wanted to continue our priority for our low-income students with the FAFSA. That is actually in state law as well. We wanted to ensure a similar number of Franco-Bannon grant recipients to previous years. We have historically awarded around 32,000, and our goal is to continue to award around 32,000 total over the course of an award year. We are going to keep in line, as we said, with the appropriation, as we agreed to. We wanted to maintain the increase for the 2020 from the 2022-2023 year. This proposed schedule at the top end is about a 15% cut from last year, but it is still a 15 to 18% higher than what it was 2 years ago. And then we want to move towards stabilization. We don't want the amount of the award fluctuating from students or for students for year to year. So we want to make sure that is even. One of the things I do want to highlight is that so far this semester, we have awarded over 32,000 students. Historically, we award in the 28,000 range. So the change in the FAFSA has dramatically increased the population of who is getting awarded. And in part of that increase in the number that we're awarding, the need of those students has increased greatly.
Yeah, and another way of saying that is there are several thousand students who, due to the change in the federal formula for calculating need, there are several thousand students who are receiving an award this year that did not receive an award last year. So there's a large number of one-time or first-time students receiving an award again. That's because the change in the federal aid calculation did two things primarily. It took students who were already receiving aid and moved many more of them to the highest need category. And it also took a lot of students who weren't anywhere on the former need category and brought them into it. So it was kind of both components. So in the last slide here, just noting again, the current plan, the current target of the commission is to maintain for the next several years this $175 million expenditure target. That is going to be based off around a $65 million fund balance that will allow us to do that. We'll continue to make adjustments as necessary to maintain that glide path, but the hope is that this will be the last major change that will be needed. And again, there are several ways in which the commission can maintain these appropriations to ensure that we're living within our means. This schedule of awards does, first and foremost, I should note, remove those incentives And as you know, we've talked in the past, the incentives are really more an award for good a reward, excuse me, for good students. They're not goals for those good students. They don't recognize, you know, when I'm a freshman, if I work towards these things, I'll get another $500 in my Frank O'Bannon grant. So we do remove the incentives as per code. That's the first thing that has to be removed. The schedule itself is another tool which we've obviously made significant changes to today. And then finally, that April 15th priority deadline, we will plan to maintain the use of that as the priority deadline to live within that $175 million target in the coming years. Should we undershoot that, should expenditures fall below that 175, we still have that opportunity to move that priority deadline back a little bit to bring in more eligible students. But that will be how we communicate with Hoosier families. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you and the commissioner came to see me and told me about this grandiose balance, and you wanted to raise the grants, and I was pretty much opposed to it. And I told you I'd agree to it under one condition. What was that condition?
Live within the appropriation.
Okay. So it took about a year to spend all that balance up, didn't it?
It was much faster than we anticipated,
Okay.
absolutely.
So consider it a teaching moment, right? Okay. Because this happens quite often. We have a balanced childcare, same thing. We're having the same issue. Have a balance, let's raise the eligibility, the grants, whatever, boom, we're right back to where we started. But it is fair to say that, so we're going to lower the grant, but it's still going to be higher than it was previous to that.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if all the private schools understand this, but so let's get this kind of clear. So what happens if we do nothing? You don't come in front of us today to lower the grant. We do nothing. You continue at that pace. What happens then?
We outspend the fund the second year of the biennium, and we would have to significantly reduce awards even greater at that point.
So the message to those schools is we're being proactive here. By changing it now, it's going to keep their grant amount a little higher than if we do nothing, because they want to do nothing. I don't think they understand if we do nothing, they're going to get less money. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Couture.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have several questions. First, what is the impact of this on students for 2025, 2026? Meaning that if students are already receiving the grant and going to apply, do they apply annually with each FAFSA? And if so, what will be the implication or the consequence when the award amount is changed for their education?
Yeah, so we use the FAFSA as the application, so annually the student has to apply. The need for each student changes year to year, so students do see fluctuations on that. For this, a student will see a change in their award for 25, 26 from 24, 25, that just the way that they saw a significant increase 2 years ago.
What is the reduction in dollar amount, roughly speaking, will be?
It's going to be student by student on that one. So the top end, which is what we look at, so we set a top end amount and then reduce it from there, is about 15% of the top end. At the very bottom, there will be some students who were eligible this year for a one-time award due to the FAFSA change.
So at the $12,400 level, 15% would be what, almost 1,500 plus?
Yeah.
Or minus, correct?
Yep.
So the
Yes, sir.
impact to students could range anywhere from $1,500 or up to maybe $3,000, $4,000.
Correct.
So from an education policy, the commission presented to us information a few weeks ago that showed for 60 years, since 1964, the college attendance numbers declined by 1 or 2%. There was a graph that you showed for every 100 students of high school, how many of them don't graduate, how many of them graduate but never attend post-secondary education, how many of them go out of state, and so on. 54% of all high school students either do not graduate or do not pursue post-secondary education. From a policy perspective, when I see and hear IEDC spending hundreds of millions of dollars to attract jobs, and we don't have the workforce, and we have, very stagnant college enrollment, post-secondary enrollment, vocational training enrollment, I expected you to come here and say, from a policy perspective, what we have noticed is that there's an increase in 2025. It seems that because of the changes in FAFSA, there's a need to educate more Hoosiers. So rather than reduce the amount, of the award or stabilize the appropriation on an annual or biennium $40+ billion budget. The question is not whether or not we have the money. The question is, are we investing correctly? Meaning, I think it's Indiana's top priority at this moment in history to be investing in its students to be sure that we have the workforce that is ready. And a $40 billion plus biennium budget, I think we should be looking at most of these students who need help to help them graduate on time, get a post-secondary education, so that we can fill the jobs that we can't fill, that hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent by the IEDC to attract. So help me reconcile the policy discussion of us busting our behinds as a state trying to invest in our kids, and then we show up here today and say, let's control the spending for this account. But we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on capital, hundreds of millions of dollars in other projects. But when it came to education, we said the first response, let's shorten or reduce the award. I can't reconcile that policy position, so help me understand.
Yeah, Indiana's financial aid is one of the most generous in the nation. We are often in the top 5 for need-based aid, and we are in the top 10 for need-based aid. So we do have one of the most generous financial aid systems across the country. This is still a significant increase. We have to adjust for the changes that the federal government made on this. There are students who never received an award who are receiving a one-time award this year. We are going to have to adjust to maintain, otherwise this will continue to grow at an exponential rate.
Correct. So I understand that from a fiscally responsible perspective, I think, and I agree with Senator Mishler that from a math perspective, if you allow something to spend more than what you're bringing in, it'll become insolvent after a period of time. So I do not reject or oppose the theory of fiscal responsibility. I think what I'm talking about is more of educational policy where we know that the best economic development tool for the state of Indiana is investing in the minds and the hearts of our students. And to me, I expected the commission, which is more driven by policy, the hat that you wear is not the hat of the fiscal leaders of the state of Indiana who intend to control the budget. Your hat is to speak to, you're responsible to the educational policies. And I think reducing funding for students at a time when we need to invest in the minds of Hoosiers is the wrong policy suggestion. Now, again, similar to everything else in life, revenues go up and down. We have to be responsible. And I think it's upon us to look at the $40+ billion budget to find you the money that you need. But my biggest concern, I don't want to see students in 2025 and 2026 experience more difficulties and barriers to attend our universities and colleges or two-year education because we reduce the amount. This will be just one more step to push them away from that. And that kind of depletes every investment we're trying to make. So please don't this is not a criticism, a personal criticism.
No.
This is a very professional, healthy discussion about whether or not the state of Indiana needs to be doubling down and investing in education versus other priorities. That's just my point.
Yeah, and I will say that 2 years ago, we came before this body and they did invest $44 million more a year in low-income students.
Correct.
And that will be the way going forward. Over the course, because of the actions of the commission and this body, over the next 5 years, 6 years, hundreds of millions of more dollars will go to low-income students that were not 2 years ago. Even with this one, it is an aberration of a year due to the federal change. So we have advocated, and the General Assembly and the State Budget Committee have supported the investment in these students.
I appreciate and I hear you loud and clear. And I think to give you credit where credit is due, you are saying we're giving $44 million above the 2023 appropriation.
Yeah.
So we're investing more. I think my focus was more on, if you're looking at 225 million, I think the estimated spending in 2025, correct?
Correct.
So that will deplete your fund balance, but it will bring it down to 61 million projected fund balance in 2026. 61 million on 175 is a little bit between 30, I don't have my math, accurate, but you're sitting on 30 to 40% fund balance for that program, which is normally higher than any reserve that you might have on any operational budget. So I think what I'm saying is maybe a better policy suggestion would be, rather than make the changes and ask this body for these changes, is to wait until the budget session wait until the April forecast, see how much money the state is bringing in, and then come back and say, we will not impact students in 2025 and 2026. Let's wait to see what those dollars look like. And then if we have more students applying, by all means, let's help more students get education. So that would be my suggestion, to delay this discussion until the April forecast and looking at the numbers. I'll conclude by saying, if you end up being surprised, for God forbid, for whatever reason, we end up spending less in 2026 and 2027 below the 175, that could be a different discussion. But if we come back next year and you have 300 people applying, $300 million worth of requests, then that means that there's something else happening in the state that we need to address. So I appreciate your engagement. I always appreciate your transparency, the data that you provide. I just urge my colleague to really consider investing in education more. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. I do want to say, if we were to wait till the April budget committee, that would be catastrophic for our private institutions, because they are looking to make awards in January. And if this were not to move forward in some way, they could not start offering the potential incoming freshman class, and they would be in the same position they were last year until waiting till May to make financial aid awards for students. So families would have a difficult time deciding how to fund their post-secondary education.
Thank you for that. I did not suggest for the universities to delay or not give certainty.
No.
I'm suggesting that the General Assembly needs to confirm and give you the assurances that the funding will be there depending on the need. So I don't expect families or students to live in financial anxiety or institutions waiting for that. I'm just suggesting that we can act. We have $40 billion biennium budget. I think we funded projects, some capital projects, to the tune of $1.2 billion. We funded rest stops to the tune of $250 million. So when it comes to priorities, I think it becomes a question of, where does education fall on the list of $40 billion worth of expenditures? That's all I'm saying. All right. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robust discussion, but I'm personally perturbed because on the 12th of November, you and the commissioner came and made a presentation to a group of us across the hall. Nothing was said of the shortfall of the dollars to us publicly. Now, I can't say what happened privately, but then 2 days later, then it comes out about the shortfall. But yet and still, months earlier, you had $200 million, about $200 million that you had for the program. So here we go again. It depends on who you are that you want to talk to us, period. And personally, I'm very disjointed about it, because there's no way that in 48 hours that you can say there's a shortfall after you come and speak it publicly, not privately, because obviously things happen privately here. For us, as a member of this committee, don't have the same worthwhile conversations with you or many of these other committees or organizations in the state. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm letting you know how I feel, because I am part of this budget committee as well as anybody else. And I never get the respect that you give other people, period. Having said that, $175 million, that's flatline. We got minority students that depend on these dollars for them to go to independent colleges of Indiana, the 29 institutions that we have. And I feel like we should continue to fund that at that level that we need to. We can't continue to talk about education and what we want to do and how we want to maintain our students, but yet and still do it on the cheap. I don't understand. I mean, I've been here for a while and I understand, but how can we continue to come back and say that we create an atmosphere of the have and have-nots? And it's not, because, from the IEDC to this, the other things that we've done this morning, there's a pattern that continues to happen. And I'm I'm perturbed about it. I'm not mad. I'm passionate. So anyone who's saying he was mad, no, he's not mad. My taste is simple. I like to have the Democrats, we would like to have the same respect as anybody else, any other member in the legislative body of the Indiana General Assembly. Publicly, we need to maintain what we have. We need to make sure that these students get those dollars, particularly those students that are in a pipeline now, period. So with having said that, I appreciate you hearing me, but I just like to, as a Democrat and as a person in Indianapolis, like to have respect that other individuals have.
Representative Delaney?
Yeah, I think this is a critical discussion as to the purpose and intent of this state. Implicit in what you've said today is that you will not be asking us for more money in January. You're, in effect, giving up the ghost on that. You're asking us to approve what amounts to a reduction for our families and our colleges now, with an eye towards continuing that reduction when you come to see us in January. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative. So no, the commission is not seeking an appropriation increase at this time. Our commitment to this committee 2 years ago was to develop a glide path, which was fairly dramatically disrupted by the change in the FAFSA methodology. And the glide path with the ultimate commitment of once we spend down that fund balance that we live within the appropriation. And so that's why we bring this forward today, is maintaining our commitment to that glide path.
And the dilemma I have is that our parents were not part of that understanding. When they got a letter this fall or a year ago saying they got $12,400, there wasn't an asterisk saying that if things change, the legislature may cut you. They didn't get such an asterisk, did they, on their award?
So we knew this was a possibility. When we came before you all in April, Dr. Ashcraft, who came to present, said that there could be significant changes, and I think her words were in full transparency. So on our letters, 3 of the 7 sentences, and I can provide you a copy of that, I articulate to our students that there could be changes next year, and it is a one-time award.
Well,
so.
you said earlier, Josh, and I'm an admirer of yours, but I wrote down what you said, that our students now will see a cut the way they saw an increase a few years ago. That's not how they'll see it. They thought the increase was something valuable and something they expected. And they built their family budget around this, the parents and the student. And the same way with the colleges. So let's talk through what happens if we do this. The poorest kids will lose something in the range of $1,500. I'm someone who changed colleges over $300 or $400 because it wasn't there, okay? So either they give this up or the private institutions in their case or the public universities make it up, right? They have to go find other funds. Or the student drops out, or the new applicant says, I'm not going in Indiana because that $1,500 or whatever is all the difference to me. So those are the groups I'm worried about. I'm sorry, I'm new to this committee. I'm not terribly committed to informal understandings and unarticulated goals. I'm interested in what we're doing to our families and our colleges. I'm in a state that has a radically declined college enrollment rate, going rate. It's frozen a little bit, come up a hair, but we're nowhere near where we need to be. This will not help us increase our college going rate. It can only do one thing to the college going rate, which is to drop it down, okay? So I could never support this idea, and I'm shocked that you will not be asking for the additional money in January, because you're saying what it amounts to is for the current year, 2 years out, at least 2 years out, we don't want any more money for this program. That's when we have this terrible college going rate. So I'm very disconcerted about that. I've heard from some of the private schools. They are I hate all these terms. They have a great ROI for the state of Indiana. They bring in money. They put kids in Greencastle spending money who wouldn't be in Greencastle spending money. And I can go on to North Manchester. I can go down. There's some schools, I don't even know where the heck they are. They're so small. So we're going to undercut those places. They either have to give up on some students or they have to find some other sacrifice to make. So the least harm we can do is so-called hold harmless, which says if you're in the school now and we told you were getting $12,400, we'll continue that for you. We have the money to do that. You have the surplus is interesting. The way I read it, at the end of this fiscal year on June 30, there'll still be $68 million. So we could do that. The money's there. I think that's the least we can do because you don't want to dash people's expectations and interrupt their plans. What a message. Oh, we don't have a good college going rate, and we don't really like universities anymore, and we're going to cut your support. Is that the message that the new administration wants to give? I think you're being unfair to Mike Braun. I would think Mike Braun would want us to keep these scholarships up. I would think he would want us to have higher enrollment. I would hope. So I, for one, I don't have a vote yet on this committee. But I think this is a serious mistake in terms of our direction and our support for our colleges and universities and for our students and for our families. So I hope we just do not do this. I hope we take this off this agenda because you do have enough money. We can keep going forward the way we are and make a decision for the future. Instead, you're choosing to make a multi-year decision to cut scholarships to thousands of our students. I cannot support such a thing. Thank you for your attention.
Further comments? Thank you. I'm sorry, Senator Skoski.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have concerns on this. Senator Mitchell, I do appreciate your comments. I understand that it is there you have to use prudence sometimes to harness the expenditures that you have to make. I understand that we're looking at every sign that we're going to have an immensely tight budget that we're facing next year. But with all of the different measures that we use, that we try to increase our success of those that are of our graduates, I just feel very careful that I think we need to be very careful that we're not applying to something that has a high measure of success and we appear to be meting out a penalty. And that's a concern of mine, especially for those that are most in need. So I just hope that we can look at this as we move further also. If there's a greater need than that, if that is measured to become success, and then that is something we need to apply to our metrics of our full plan that we're trying to do to bring our graduation numbers up and our success story for keeping more people within the state of Indiana.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Thank you for presenting. Next, we have, I believe, the Department of Transportation. Come forward, please. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Andrea Zimmerman, Deputy Chief of Staff at the Department of Transportation. Today, NDOT is bringing forward a fee and rule request for overweight divisible loads. For context, IC 913-2 120.7 defines an overweight divisible load, and IC 926-2.2 defines the measures by which we weigh axles, known as an equivalent single axle load. Overweight fees are applied to equivalent single axle load miles above 2.4. Prior to January 1st, 2022, The permitting fee for overweight divisible loads was 7 cents per ESO mile. In 2021, House Enrolled Act 1190 instructed NDOT to recalculate and apply a new permit fee informed by a study conducted by Purdue University's Joint Transportation Research Program. Upon completion of the study, NDOT consulted with legislative leadership on recommendations to increase the fee. Throughout those discussion and the study results, NDOT adjusted the cents per mile fee from 7 cents to 25 cents on January 1st, 2022. The 25-cent per ESO mile fee was in effect until the rule expired on October 1st of this year. The requested rule before you today makes permanent the per ESO mile fee of 25 cents as instructed by House Enrolled Act 1190 and reauthorizes the pre-existing 105 IAC 10. The fee was reasonably based and informed by the study, industry, and legislative input. While the ESO per mile fee does not entirely cover the cost of maintenance or repairs on Indiana's highway or pavement, caused by our overweight loads, it does cover some of the cost of consuming highway, pavement, and bridge assets, incentivizes less damaging behavior, and reduces the gap between permitting revenue and overweight load consumption of our infrastructure. The gap remains due to the importance of freight industry on Indiana's economy and input from motor carriers indicating that the increasing of the fee would negatively impact this industry. NDOT respectfully requests the approval of this fee and the IAC reinstatement.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Secretary of State. Come forward, please. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. So in April, the office submitted under HEA 1623, the Safe Harbor for administrative rules, fiscal reports for Auto Dealer Service Division, Business Service Division, Election Administration, Securities Division. Those reports reviewed about 200 filings and registration fees, and a few fine and penalty assessments. Most of those were supported by specific statutory amounts. Others were supported by administrative rules. So we were advised, and right now all of our division administrative rules are being promulgated under the HEA 1623 requirements. So we're revising all the administrative rules. So we were advised by OMB that the Safe Harbor analysis reports for 3 of our business services fee schedules would benefit from some additional clarification on how the fees were split between agencies and funds. We prepared those enhanced reports. So I'm here to go over the clarifications on those reports. So one was our bulk data subscription orders in Business Service Division. Those are fees for custom business entity reports for organizations like Dun & Bradstreet, Experian, Nexus, Lexus. There are 4 classes of services associated with those fees. The clarification that was there's a $35 report classification, there's a $500 report classification, an $8,000 report classification, and $9,500 report classification. Those different classifications range from a single limited information report to comprehensive annual data reports, customized report subscriptions at the higher level. So the clarification was to break down those different types of reports. For our trademark registration filing report, the report was elaborated to specify that between fees of between $1 and $2 from each $35 trademark registration filing fee are directed to a third-party payment processor. In fiscal -- we had about 1,000 trademark reports, and that resulted in about $1,671 that went to a third-party credit card payment processing company. For our notary commission application report, the report was elaborated to specify that between $1.85 and $2.31 for each $75 notary commission application was directed to a payment processing, third-party payment processing company. Also, $2.50 of each notary commission application report was directed to the Office of Technology to support the online application hosting service. So those were the corrections or the enhancements to the the regulatory safe harbor reports that we filed. I've got Scott Willis here, our Business Service Division Director also, and Zach Grosser, Business Information Specialist here if you have detailed questions about those reports.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have the Family and Social Services Administration. Come forward, please. Take your time, but whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. If it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, we have a handout that's being passed out right now.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cora Steinmetz, and I am the Director of the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning. Today, we are bringing forward a state plan amendment to implement benefit limits for comprehensive applied behavioral analysis, or ABA, services across fee-for-service and managed care programs. ABA is an important type of therapy for individuals with autism. Approximately 7,300 of our 2 million Indiana Medicaid members receive ABA services today. Under this state plan amendment, comprehensive ABA services in fee-for-service and managed care Medicaid would be limited to a maximum of 30 hours per week for a duration of no longer than 3 years. Following the maximum 3-year duration, ABA recipients would be permitted to continue limited hour, behavior-specific, focused ABA services. We propose to make these changes effective April 1st, 2025, subject to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, approval. Acknowledging that individuals who currently receive ABA services and who have exhausted the 3-year duration at the time that this SBA is implemented will need time to transition, we are also proposing a continuity of care period until September 1st, 2025 for eligible ABA recipients. This change is being proposed following both a review of evidence-based clinical literature and a robust fiscal impact analysis. As shown on the handout in front of you, in calendar year 2023, total ABA expenditures, both federal and state share, had grown to $639 million a year. A primary driver of this expenditure growth was the absence of an established rate for this service. Providers were instead reimbursed at a % of billed charges. Effective January 1st, 2024, rates were established for ABA services and expenditures accordingly decreased. Total expenditures are projected to be $473 million for this calendar year. However, at the current rate of ABA recipient and more notably utilization growth, ABA expenditures are expected to again rise to prior levels and total nearly $650 million by calendar year 2026. The necessity of this state plan amendment is further underscored by a federal audit of Indiana Medicaid that was released yesterday by the Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General, or OIG. Indiana was selected for this audit because the state was among the highest in ABA expenditures across the nation. The audit, which reviewed claims for services provided from February 2019 through December of 2020, found Indiana Medicaid ABA services often lacked appropriate clinical documentation and that the state needed to develop better guidance for providers on what is considered an allowable ABA activity. Our Medicaid team has already begun the provider re-education process and will increase ABA program integrity and audit activity in both our fee-for-service and managed care programs. This is also outlined in our corrective action plan in response to the OIG audit. As this committee appreciates, we need to ensure that ABA services are delivered appropriately and meaningfully to the members that we serve. In addition to this SPA, OMPP will also be making a technical amendment to the 1915B Federal Waiver Cost Effectiveness filing for one of our managed care programs, the Hoosier Care Connect. This update is needed to ensure that our cost projections that are filed with CMS align with the current ABA expenditure growth that we are currently experiencing. If this state plan amendment is implemented as planned on April 1st, 2025, we are projecting total savings of approximately $333 million, with general fund savings of $115 million for the time period of state fiscal years 25, 26, and 27. These proposed changes are not reflected in the Medicaid forecast you will see presented shortly, as the forecast represents only approved legislative, regulatory, and policy changes, which this SPA has yet to be. With that, I am happy to answer any questions about the state plan amendment.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Cordero?
Thank you, Cora, for your presentation. A couple of quick questions. What are the current licensing requirements for ABA therapy centers, and what are the changes that you're seeking in your provider education to be that they are consistent and offering service that can truly help our kids?
Thank you for that question, Senator Cordero. We are proposing, we have already set forward in a Medicaid provider bulletin some changes to what is required as far as provider credentialing in the ABA space. I'd be happy to share that bulletin with the committee, but at a very high level, it requires additional background check activity on the registered behavior technicians and some of the other, there's a number of different licensures of the ABA providers. And there's some additional background check and provider credentialing requirements that were recommended by the OIG that we are adopting, also effective April 1st outside of the SPA.
Are some of these credentialing entities are maybe national or regional associations that have the academic and research backing to say, here's at least what type of skills you have to have and knowledge? Or is it an FSSA credentialing process?
My understanding is that there's two pieces to this. There is the separate sort of association-based review and licensing. And I apologize, I don't know off the top of my head which of those provider levels are subject to that process. But then there is the FSSA specific driven process through our provider enrollment team as well.
So the hope by the end of that process, at least when we talk about ABA therapists across the state and centers across the state, we should see a uniform, standardized type of services that will be offered based on education, based on training, based on expertise. Is that the goal?
That is correct. There are, of course, the different levels of the sort of physician level versus the RBT level, but that's correct, Senator.
The last question I have, you mentioned the savings that are not factored in the Medicaid forecast, $300+ million. So is that just by virtue of getting federal match, or is it, what is causing two things? One, what is causing the 20% increase? Is this in terms of whether claims or children or individuals on the autism spectrum utilizing more services? Would love to understand what caused that, if you have that detail. And second, what is going to cause the savings that you're suggesting?
Thank you for that question. So first, the reduction in hours for individuals that might be receiving up to 40 hours per week, bringing that down to 30 hours as a maximum effective April 1st. That's one driver of the savings estimate that we have. The other piece is really the duration with which individuals receive ABA services. So individuals who are receiving services at the comprehensive level, which is really where you see that 30 hours or more per week, longer than 3 years. That's where the other piece of the savings is really being driven by, is anticipating a reduction in that. Again, we will allow for targeted ABA services that's really individual person-centered, specific medical necessity requirements beyond that 3 years, but that's different than the comprehensive services where the child may be in ABA services all day in lieu of school or another setting.
So my non-clinician side of my mind is always nervous about reducing services. So can you speak a little bit more about from a, and I know that maybe, you know, a physician in the room can speak to this as well, or you as the director of Medicaid, but on the clinical side, do you have the confidence that reducing the hours is not going to cause any harm or reduce the quality of services that are offered? I understand that it seems that CMS is saying the reason that we're being audited is because our utilization is one of the highest in the nation. So how much of that utilization is due to not regulating ABA centers of how much hours they should offer, how many hours they should offer, versus the clinical academic side that said, for a child on the autism spectrum, for this type of service, you need X or Y or Z number of hours. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
I appreciate that. And certainly that's a concern that we're looking at very closely as well to ensure that we're not unduly burdening individuals and their ability to seek these services. I also am not a clinician, so won't speak more than in broad generalities and what I've learned from our clinical team, as well as talking with other state Medicaid agencies who are also looking at these same sorts of growing expenditures and thinking about how to curb utilization in a way that balances access. And this recommendation is in line with what we see sort of accepted practices of MCG, medical necessity criteria, for these particular services. We also took into effect, again, those outcomes from the audit that talked about the allowable activities. So there are certain activities that can't be claimed as ABA services, such as if the child is napping or having other rest time or breaks. Those are not ABA services. So taking all those factors into account is really where we feel that the recommendation of a cap of 30 hours is appropriate for those comprehensive services.
I appreciate that. My final question. So I assume since the FSSA projected the savings, that is based on reduction of hours, that means that there was some kind of analysis of mapping current practice with proposed practice of, for this service, we're being charged 10 hours, under the new model, it'll be 5 hours. Do you have a schedule that maps the reduction in hours based on service or tier, so that when I get a question from my district, my constituency, I have a couple of ABA therapy centers in my district, when they come to me and they say, the state of Indiana is reducing services and funding to us and will impact our kids, I can provide them with details to say, well, I engaged with FSSA, here's the schedule. It seems that they took out, as the example you used, they factored napping time, but they're not really reducing clinical services or behavioral services. Do you have that mapping that you can share with us that we can use it when we have discussions with our constituents?
Yes, I'm happy to provide additional data of what we looked at in terms of the number of children receiving above 30 hours per week and what we think that impact looks like on an individual recipient count, as well as sort of broadly statewide.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Did we cut budget last year for ABA?
Thank you for the question, Representative Porter. We set a rate, which did result in, as the chart shows, a decrease in expenditures. So previously, before January 1st, 2024, there were no rates for any of the ABA services. We were paying a % of whatever the provider billed the Medicaid program. And so what we did was adopt a rate following a rate study to set an actual fee schedule of what providers are reimbursed for ABA.
Okay, so through an analysis that you projected, we're going to cut from 40 hours to 30 hours on top of what we did several months ago. So we continue to cut dollars or hours to children of a need. Is that correct?
The only clarification I might make to that, Representative Porter, is that we did not reduce services when we set the rate. What we saw was a reduction in expenditures, but what we've actually seen is more recipients of ABA services since that time and more providers actually enrolling as Medicaid providers, even with that rate-setting activity that we did in January.
Okay. So you're looking for a waiver, and we're being audited because of we surpassed a threshold by the federal government. I'm just very concerned that their children, they need the help, and that particularly all types of autism in that line of students. And I just don't want us, and here we are, we gotta, we gotta have the will, even though we get a lot of federal dollars, okay, we got to have the will to take care of the human infrastructure. And it seems like if it comes from children to seniors, that people that are here, that we see every day, that we're going to eliminate services or create a different pathway for those individuals versus speculating for economic development here in the state. So that's not your fight, that's our fight, but I'm concerned about that because I think we need to take care of the least of these, and it seems like we're cutting back and building on the backs of the least of these that are Hoosiers. And so I just hope that even though you're doing what you're supposed to do as the director, that Ms. Core, that you will, along with your team, think about other individuals here within the state. And I'm just very concerned about that along with others. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Senator Skoski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cora, thanks for your presentation today. It seems like I read where it's projected that the numbers are increasing substantially, not only in Indiana, but in America, of those that are being diagnosed on the autistic spectrum. Is there any analysis that has been done that shows why there is a large increase like this? And that obviously, does that factor into what you're attempting to do or FSSA is asking us to do?
I appreciate the question, Senator, and I will, again, answer this carefully only because I'm not a clinician and don't want to speculate. Within the Medicaid program, we are seeing an increasing number of recipients of the ABA service, and I think that that is also seen when I've talked to my colleagues in other state Medicaid agencies. So I believe, even if it's just anecdotally, that what you are sort of saying, we're seeing that happen, at least from a claims and data perspective, which is really why we've taken a thoughtful approach about these ABA changes to ensure we're not limiting new recipients from being able to access the service.
Thank you. And it's just my hope that some of these projections are correct, because we may be, I don't know if we're overanalyzing at this point in trying to see that need. I mean, it's just it's not something that, there are so many different needs on the spectrum. Some may only require 5 hours a week, but those that require much more, I don't know how we can limit those, and that's my concern here.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we've come to that point where all the review items are complete. Isn't that correct? And so are there any motions to remove any of the items on the proposed agenda from that agenda at this time? Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you giving me the opportunity to express my concern. Mr. Chairman, I do make the motion that we divide items off the current agenda to remove the Indiana Economic Development Council Agency items number 5, 6, and 7, as in the review items, not to accept, number 6 on the Commission on Higher Education, and review item number 8 on the Medicaid state plan and waiver amendment.
Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Chair, I am going to second that motion, but I do want to add that I'm going to reserve my right. I'll tell you, it's been a solid year now that I've been on the State Budget Committee as the voting member, and it doesn't take you long to recognize the full weight and gravity of what is put before you. Our decisions cannot come light. We are walking into a very, very difficult budget session. I will second that motion at this time. But I do want to say that I want to see success from the state of Indiana, and that's the true measure of what I work for.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Representative Porter, I wanted to make sure that I understood your motion correctly. It was on the projects, remove items 5, 6, and 7, correct? Correct. And then
Correct.
On the review items, I heard 6 and 8. Is that correct?
That is correct. The Frank O'Bannon schedule of works by Commission on Higher Education, and number 8, Medicaid state plan and waiver amendment.
Yes, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All that oppose the motion, aye. 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 The motion fails 2-3. Any other motions on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
I move the agenda.
Is there a second? Is motion and a second?
I second
I'm going to say.
Yeah. I second that motion.
Yes, has to be second. Okay. Any discussion on the proposed motion that we adopt the agenda as originally presented? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to accept the agenda as proposed signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Representative Porter?
Abstain.
Representative Porter abstains. Motion passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you. With that, I think we'll take a break until 12:09. Okay? 12:09. 7 minutes, 12:09.
Give you a bathroom break. I can see a sandwich.
Well, the chair sees a quorum. I'll go ahead and start. I know the first discussion item is House Enrolled Acts 1120 from 2024. If you're going to present on that, please. It's under the list for discussion items. Please.
Thank you again, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. Under legislation that was passed last session in House Enrolled Act 1120, the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning is required to present a proposed policy to set a required minimum percentage of the reimbursement for personal care waiver services. This includes structured family caregiving and attendant care that must be passed through to the individual providing the direct service. This policy will be incorporated into the Indiana Medicaid Home and Community-Based Services, or HCBS, provider module, where policies and procedures for providers are outlined once it is adopted. As a reminder, direct caregivers are employed by or contracted through structured family caregiving and attendant care provider agencies. Those provider agencies bill the Medicaid program for the services rendered to our members by the direct caregiver. FSSA does not have regular insight or transparency into the arrangements between the provider agencies and the direct caregivers, and direct caregivers do not receive compensation or payment directly from Medicaid. The policy we are proposing today, in accordance with HEA 1120, is informed by data collection performed in support of the July 1st, 2023 HCBS, or Home and Community-Based Services, rate-setting activity. FSSA plans to review this pass-through policy on a regular schedule in accordance with our HCBS services rate updates as planned in our agency rate matrix. We are proposing the following today. For the health and wellness, traumatic brain injury, and Indiana Pathways for Aging HCBS waivers, the minimum percentage pass-through to the direct caregiver for attendant care services will be 70%. We anticipate this pass-through will be made in the form of wages and employee-related expenses. The minimum percentage pass-through for structured family caregiving will be 60%. We anticipate this pass-through will be in the form of stipends paid directly to caregivers. These percentages are structured as minimums, so providers may choose to develop a compensation arrangement that passes more than this minimum amount to the direct caregiver. The pass-through amounts differ between the attendant care and structured family caregiving services because of differences in our federally approved waiver service definition and the rate models. First, the rate model and service structure assume that attendant care direct caregivers are employees of the provider agency. So the model accounts for employee-related expenses, such as benefits, paid time off, and employer taxes. These same employee-related expenses are not reflected in the pass-through model for the service of structured family caregiving, because that direct caregiver is anticipated in our model to be a contractor receiving a stipend rather than an employee receiving direct wages. Further, under our federally approved waiver requirements, structured family caregiving provider agencies must provide registered nurse supervision and caregiver coach supports to the family, as well as 15 days annually of respite care. These components are not part of the attendant care structure. In setting these minimum pass-through percentages, our intention is to strike a balance between ensuring appropriate compensation of the direct caregivers with maintaining a quality provider network to ensure access to these important services for our Medicaid members. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? And just for the committee's information, the House Bill 1120 did not require this to be reviewed. It just had to be presented, and it was a different wording. That's why it's not under the previous list. Representative Porter?
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. What about skilled respite care? Does that include in the 15 hours?
No, that is a separate service under the waiver that could be a part of a member's waiver service plan.
And is there a cost for someone to provide those services? What is the,
I'm sorry.
is there a budget for that? I'm sorry. Is there,
There is not a pass-through. That, my understanding is that that is not a personal care service like the attendant care and structured family caregiving service. So that they are separate services under the waiver. And so we are presenting today the pass-through for structured family caregiving and attendant care services only. The respite that is a part of the structured family caregiving service is separate from skilled respite services under the waiver.
are we going to address that? No. I mean, it says personal care. Does not, while I'm looking at this, the respite care, could people die? I mean, if they don't get the right care in regards to respite?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, could someone become deceased if they don't have the right respite care?
I think that the respite care is another important aspect of the service array on the waiver. And it's not a part of this pass-through percentage policy relating to what is being required to be reimbursed or passed along directly to the direct caregiver.
Okay, is that down the road shortly? Are we going to address that?
We would need to take that back to the team and review. At this time, the only services that we plan for the pass-through to apply to are the personal care services of attendant care and structured family caregiving. The reason we took that approach is that those are the ones that are explicitly stated in the statute.
Okay, stated in the statute.
I'm sorry, Representative.
Stated in our statute.
That is correct,
right?
yes.
So it has to be statute-driven. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready now to go, I believe, to the Medicaid forecast. Please.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. Again, I am Cora Steinmetz, the Director of the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you today the December 2024 Medicaid forecast. I am joined by Jeremy Palmer with Milliman, and also with us is FSSA Chief Financial Officer Paul Bowling. You will see today that we are projecting a decreased anticipated general fund need of approximately $85 million for the current biennium. This is compared to the December 2023 forecast and is driven by a projected reduction in state share expenditures of approximately $348 million. This is as a result of the cost containment measures announced in January 2024 following last year's Medicaid forecast. This cost avoidance figure exceeds the agency's initial estimates of $300 million in state general fund savings through deployment of these strategies. The cost containment savings are offset, however, in part by upward budgetary pressures that have emerged since the last forecast, namely higher than anticipated enrollment following the conclusion of the Medicaid unwind activity. Total Medicaid enrollment grew by approximately 772,000 during the time period of January 2020 to April 2023. At the time of the December 2023 Medicaid forecast, it was projected that 400,000 of those newly added members would not retain their eligibility coming out of the unwind. However, at completion of the unwind and return to normal operations this summer, we actually experienced a net decrease in Medicaid enrollment of 225,000 members. In this forecast, we will also share for the first time the anticipated expenditure, funding, and enrollment data for the state fiscal years 26 to 27 biennium. This forecast also includes new exhibits that we believe will add programmatic context and allow for greater analysis of expenditure growth and general fund impact trends over time. First, though, I would like to provide an update on the steps we've taken to deliver on last year's commitment to continued transparency, improved forecasting accuracy, and enhanced Medicaid budget monitoring. At the time of the forecast last December, we committed that in addition to the cost containment measures, the FSSA team would begin immediately implementing improvements to the forecast process. Over the last year, this has included performing a more detailed review of all of our forecast assumptions and trends by both financial staff as well as programmatic staff, reducing the lag in data used in our forecast so that the information shared is as close to real time as possible. For the purposes of this forecast, this means data through October 31st of this year has been incorporated into our projections. And more specifically, identifying emerging risks to the forecast, particularly as it relates to federal regulatory changes and changing conditions in the healthcare sector at large. We also established 2 executive-level oversight bodies to further transparency, provide guidance to program staff, and closely monitor the Medicaid program and our expenses. The first of these is a Policy Change Review Committee. This group ensures that programmatic changes impacting any area of Medicaid expenditures, including those programs located in other divisions, such as the Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services, Developmental Disability Waivers, and the Division of Mental Health and Addictions Behavioral Health Programming, are well understood from all perspectives. This process includes a review of fiscal, operational, systems, and legal compliance impacts before policy changes are implemented. In light of the current fiscal challenges in the Medicaid program, there have been limited policy changes in the last year brought forward to this group for consideration. However, this group also reviews emerging experience and utilization trends in new or changing programs. The second oversight group created following the December 2023 Medicaid forecast is the Medicaid Financial Reporting Group. This advisory body has worked to develop and publish regular reporting on Medicaid expenditures, enrollment, and funding information broken down by program type. The work of this committee has resulted in detailed monthly financial reports posted on the FSSA website each month. The reports are accompanied by a commentary in the form of a narrative that is modeled after the state's monthly revenue reports. We are appreciative of the collaboration and input of the legislative fiscal staff from all 4 caucuses, as well as the State Budget Agency and Legislative Services Agency, in the development and refinement of these ongoing reports. These enhanced monthly financial reports, as well as the other process improvements described on the previous slides, allow the agency to continuously review how our actual experience in the Medicaid program is comparing to our forecasted projections. This ensures we are agile enough to respond to any unanticipated trends as quickly as possible and to alert key decision makers in a timely manner. At this point, I will turn it over to Jeremy Palmer with Milliman to walk through the traditional Medicaid forecast presentation slides.
Thank you, Cora. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Palmer, and I'm a principal and consulting actuary with Milliman. I'm a member of the American Academy of Actuaries and meet the qualification standards for presenting this information to you today. I will present to you the December 24 forecast, including revised estimates with actual expenditures for state fiscal year 24, revised estimates for state fiscal year 25, as well as the initial forecast of the next biennium, fiscal years 26 and 27. The forecast is made up of numerous assumptions related to future expenditures based on enrollment and cost projections. The forecast is presented on a cash payment timing basis as opposed to an accrual or incurral basis to align with the state budgeting process. As Cora mentioned, we've used actual data through October 31st, 2024 to present the information in this forecast. This exhibit is arranged with total expenditures in the top portion of the table, followed by the sources of funding, ultimately illustrating the estimated state appropriation need. Beginning with the expenditure projections, we have illustrated each of the major categories for each state fiscal year. In aggregate, we are forecasting annual growth of 6.4%, 6.3%, and 5.2% for state fiscal years 25, 26, and 27, respectively. The expenditures are delineated by program type within the Medicaid program. The first 4 items represent the state's managed care programs: the Healthy Indiana Plan, the Hoosier Care Connect program, Hoosier HealthWise, and the Pathways MLTSS program. Following that, we outline the fee-for-service expenditure buckets, as well as other items such as the Medicare buy-in, Medicare Part D clawback, pharmacy rebates. We remove CHIP and Money Follows the Person MFP expenditures from the Medicaid assistance, and then add in other expenditures such as disproportionate share and upper payment limit. The lower portion of the exhibit summarizes the funding sources and ultimately the estimated general fund appropriation need after accounting for all other sources of funds. The largest source of funding is the federal funds, representing approximately 68% of total expenditures. We also have several other sources of funding: intergovernmental transfers, provider taxes, the hospital assessment fee, and the Healthy Indiana Plan funding. The net forecast after accounting for these sources of funds results in the forecasted Medicaid general appropriation need. We will next highlight comparisons to last December's forecast to this December's forecast for state fiscal years 24 and 25. The first slide you see on slide 7 is total expenditure basis, both all sources of funding, including federal funds. The top of this exhibit, you can see that we had projected last time at this time $19.4 billion for state fiscal year 24 and $20.6 billion for state fiscal year 25. Those estimates remain largely consistent in this forecast. The change for state fiscal year 24 is an increase of $14 million. And for state fiscal year 25, it's an increase of $37.5 million. Within that variance, you can see several items are growing or shrinking depending on the items. The largest increase we're observing is enrollment. As Director Steinmetz mentioned a few minutes ago, enrollment has increased higher than our expectations following the return to normal operations. We also have significant cost containment items that Director Steinmetz will talk about in more detail later on, for a net change of just over $50 million for both the biennium. The next slide shows a very similar exhibit, only this is on a state general fund only basis. So you'll notice very similar in regard to how it's laid out, and also the changes that make up the variances from the last forecast. You will notice the top enrollment growth isn't near as large as what it was for a total expenditure basis, and that is largely because our Healthy Indiana Plan is funded by other means than the state general fund. We do also show the significant cost containment items for the Pathways expenditures, for a net result over the biennium of $85.8 million lower than last year. Slide 9 is a high-level presentation of the enrollment projection that you have that makes up this forecast. It also shows some history over the pandemic to show that we increased significantly during the pandemic and then have reduced members of 225,000. We are projecting higher enrollment compared to last year at this time, mainly due to the lower than projected reduction through the return to normal operations. Slide 10 is a table format with more detail of the graph that was just presented. It highlights that significant portions of the growth over the pandemic happened in the Healthy Indiana Plan, which is our adult populations, as well as the Hoosier HealthWise program, which is our children and pregnant women populations. There's more detail for the Healthy Indiana Plan, broken out by more categories to show where the growth and reductions took place, and is provided for information as necessary. Slides 12 and 13, it's a continuation slide from 12 to 13, provides detailed enrollment information by state fiscal year for each of the populations served in Medicaid. I'm going to give folks a minute. I'm going to go to slide 14, given everybody has handouts. Next, we summarize CHIP expenditures. CHIP funding is not part of the Medicaid assistance forecast. It's provided here for informational purposes. You will observe that the expenditure estimates have restated higher for state fiscal year 24 and state fiscal year 25, primarily due to enrollment growth and continued growth of ABA services. And now I'll turn it back to Cora for a couple of slides.
Thank you, Jeremy. As we mentioned at the start of the forecast, we have added several new exhibits to provide additional programmatic context to the information that's being presented here today. This slide breaks down major categories of services by the type of service for state fiscal year 2024 in our Medicaid program. As you can see, hospital reimbursement, seen in the dark and light purple at the top of the chart, accounts for approximately 30% of our Medicaid expenditures across all programs. Physician and non-physician practitioner services, which are the 3 shades of green on this bar, reimbursed under the Medicaid physician fee schedule, represent 21% of our spending. When netting out the rebates collected, pharmacy spending, shown here in orange, accounts for 8% of total expenditures. The largest category of spending in our Medicaid program remains the long-term services and supports, or LTSS, which you see in the bottom 2 blue sections and represents more than 1/3 of total expenditures. We saw slightly more spending in home and community-based services in state fiscal year 24, including our waiver services, than in institutional expenditures such as nursing facility costs. Of note, these categories of services have distinct funding streams, so general fund impact varies. For example, provider-related taxes fund some portions of distinct reimbursement models. Similarly, slide 16 represents a breakdown of expenditures for state fiscal year 2024 across the Medicaid program, but by enrollment category. While only representing 6% of the Medicaid population, recipients of those LTSS services account for 44% of our Medicaid payments made in state fiscal year 24, as seen here again in the light and dark blue. Since state fiscal year 2024 predated the launch of the Indiana Pathways for Aging Managed Care program, individuals in these enrollment categories had their Medicaid services delivered in the fee-for-service delivery system as opposed to a managed care system. In contrast, our healthy children and healthy adult populations account for 72% of our current Medicaid enrollment, but only 38% of our expenditures. These 2 populations are enrolled almost entirely in our Hoosier HealthWise and Healthy Indiana Plan managed care programs. As with the last slide, the differing expenditure and enrollment categories are funded through a variety of sources, meaning that general fund impact varies. The Healthy Indiana Plan, for example, is primarily funded through hospital assessment fee collections and cigarette tax revenues, so it has minimal general fund impact. Jeremy will now share some additional trend analysis regarding our Medicaid assistance line item and the general fund need over time.
Thank you. We prepared an additional point of comparison. We prepared an additional point of comparison to illustrate how Indiana is compared to the National Health Expenditure Forecast provided by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS. The orange line represents the Indiana expenditures on a total state and federal funding over time from 2019 through the forecast period of June 2027. Of note, compared to the national health expenditures, is that Indiana was higher before the pandemic and remains higher than the national averages throughout this forecast period. Of note is the drop in trends in the national healthcare expenditures in 24 and 25 that did not fully materialize for Indiana, which is represented by the orange line above the green line. There are several factors that went into that, mostly the higher enrollment that has been spoke about today, also other cost constraints such as ABA and HCBS services. In a composite, over this time period, Indiana Medicaid assistance has grown at 7.9% annually compared to national health expenditure growth of 5.7% annually. This next exhibit illustrates the trend in total expenditures for Indiana compared to general fund expenditures for Indiana. This illustration highlights the additional federal money that came during the pandemic, which is represented by the purple line being lower than the orange line at the early stages of the pandemic. Following the return to normal operations, the federal money was also reduced, and therefore you see an increase in the general fund percentage in 24 and 25, and then largely tracking consistently throughout the next biennium. Cora?
Another area we sought to improve in our forecasting was to more specifically alert policymakers of forecast assumptions that carry risk or uncertainty. This slide details the trends or assumptions within the current forecast presented today that require close monitoring to ensure the state can respond quickly to the changing healthcare landscape. These include enrollment trends, particularly in the Pathways program and our aging population. As the population ages, the current growth trend in our waiver and non-waiver Pathways enrollment will need to be closely monitored. This forecast also does not assume additional slots to be added to the Indiana Pathways for Aging and Health and Wellness waivers, so additional slots or waiver growth over time will increase the forecast. We're continuing to monitor closely trends in home health, where we are seeing higher utilization, both for waiver members receiving home health services, as well as our dually eligible populations. Managed care capitation rates, particularly coming out of the return to normal operations, and potential acuity adjustments needed to capitation rates also could create risk to the forecast numbers presented today. We will be closely monitoring the Medicare physician fee schedule reductions that have been passed by Congress, and if those were to be reversed by Congress, that would have a direct impact on our physician reimbursement rates, since our physician rates are tied to Medicare percentages. This forecast also does not assume coverage of anti-obesity medications or GLP-1s for our Medicaid population for the purposes of obesity. An estimated fiscal impact is listed on this slide if that change were to occur. As mentioned during the ABA state plan amendment presentation, the utilization management changes and related fiscal impact anticipated is not reflected in this current forecast. At the December 2023 Medicaid forecast, we shared we were in the process of developing strategies and controls to curb projected Medicaid expenditure growth. Subsequently, in mid-January 2024, the agency announced a series of cost containment strategies to mitigate the impact of the forecasted increased need in general fund appropriation. As we have previously stated, the interconnectedness of these sustainability measures makes individualized fiscal impact analyses challenging. However, we have grouped the cost containment items onto the slide as shown in broader categories so that we may show magnitude and inform policymakers if changes were to be proposed. The cost containment measures announced in January 2024 included reimbursement initiatives such as the pause on the 2% rate indexing for the provider types listed on this slide, enrollment initiatives in the home and community-based services space, specifically the limit on slot growth of the aged and disabled waiver, which is now the pathways and health and wellness waivers as of July 1st, the pause on expedited waiver eligibility, and reviewing members who entered the waiver programs through the EWE program to confirm their eligibility. The final category were the service utilization initiatives that we brought forward, including the transition of caregiving by legally responsible individuals to the per diem structured family caregiving service from the hourly attendant care service. Additionally, our initiatives include reviewing outlier waiver service plans with very high utilization and ensuring that our service plans for waiver members were being enacted in accordance with federal waiver approvals for service definitions, including home modifications and vehicle modifications. In January, we projected that these initiatives, if implemented, would result in $864 million in total expenditure cost avoidance and just under $300 million in reduced general fund need for the current biennium. This slide details our new projections of the cost avoidance as a result of those sustainability measures. These figures represent impact for the current biennium only and total nearly $1 billion in total Medicaid expenditures that we project would have been incurred without the cost containment strategies in place. As stated at the beginning of this presentation, this translates to a reduced anticipated general fund need of approximately $348 million, exceeding the agency's prior estimate of $300 million in state savings. The bottom half of the slide breaks these estimates out by the initiative categories we just walked through. The pause on rate indexing resulted in a reduced state general fund need of just under $30 million. Most significant has been the enrollment initiatives related to the pathways and health and wellness waivers, including the limitations on waiver slot growth and the implementation of the wait lists. These strategies represent about 2/3 of our total cost avoidance at $664 million in total expenditures and $232 million on a general fund appropriation basis. Finally, the home and community-based services waiver service utilization initiatives represent $86 million in our anticipated decreased general fund need. This includes the transition of legally responsible individuals providing direct caregiving from the hourly service of attendant care to the per diem service of structured family caregiving. It's important to note these impacts are based on current experience and processes. Changes to the program or policy decisions impacting these cost containment measures would result in changes to the projected savings. As with all areas of the Medicaid budget and the forecast presented today, FSSA is committed to ongoing communication and transparency with policymakers and stakeholders if changes take place or are anticipated. We thank you for your attention and are happy to answer any questions.
Senator Mishler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So slide 18. So this is one of my biggest concerns after the pandemic, so that's why I'm going to ask this question. So when you see that sharp increase as opposed to other states, does that mean our state didn't get back to normal as fast as others after the pandemic?
Jeremy, do you want to answer that question?
There are numerous reasons that slide 18 is actually comparing the Indiana expenditures between a total and a general fund. 17.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, there's numerous reasons why the trends are higher in Indiana from the 23 to 24 and the 24 to 25 time period, mainly that we retain more individuals following the unwind than other states have retained.
And I would just add, if I could, Senator Mishler, we were one of the first states to start our unwind work. We did take the full 12 months to do the unwind, but as Jeremy mentioned, the net reduction was less than what was anticipated.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Delaney?
Well, let's follow up where you were. Why was the net reduction less in Indiana than other states and less than you anticipated by, what, 175,000 people, was it?
Yes, that's exactly right, Representative.
So why?
So I think that a couple different drivers here. States really were struggling to anticipate how many individuals would remain eligible who they had not been able to perform the full Medicaid redetermination for since at times 4 years earlier. FSSA did take a number of steps to perform sort of checks in the background using readily available data sources, even though we couldn't act on those determinations. So tried to have the most informed data set, but at the end of the day, our reduction was not what we anticipated. I believe we anticipated of the net growth, approximately 50% would remain eligible, and it ended up being much higher than that. In talking with other state Medicaid directors, I think that that was a similar percentage or assumption that other states took.
You didn't get as good a, if this is good is the right word, you didn't get the same result these other states did. Why is that?
I think there's a couple pieces that are factors of this. First, Indiana had a very high number of ex parte renewals during the redetermination, which means that we used other data sources rather than having an individual have to return their mailer or their information. And that was a flexibility that the federal government really encouraged states to take advantage of. I think also we saw higher continued eligibility than what we anticipated because of some of the communication and stakeholder outreach that was really such a key part of our Medicaid unwind activity. We had probably for the first time that I can remember in Medicaid history, much more outreach to individuals. We leveraged the managed care entities, public marketing, other mechanisms to ensure that individuals knew they really needed to return their information and be able to keep their Medicaid eligibility that way. So I think that that broader messaging resulted in more people remaining eligible than what we had seen in prior years in terms of what we call churn, when individuals are coming off the program and then back on.
But they were eligible.
They were eligible.
Yeah, you're not complaining that because of the efforts of the community, more people who were eligible got to apply and actually got the benefit. That's not something we're complaining about, right?
No, I'm
Okay.
not complaining about that.
I want to make sure. Okay. Now, on I think maybe my first meeting of this organization when I got put on here as an alternate was, I think, a year ago. And the gentleman, and it may have been you, who was here from Milliman, didn't say a word about the $1 billion mistake. What is Milliman's explanation of why we were wrong by $1 billion and why we should be confident that we're right this time? Because you're the actuary.
In my opinion, the $1 billion was not an error. It was a forecast assumption that it was different than what was projected before, but not because of an error. Basically, what we had seen is that leading up to last December, and yes, sir, it was me. Leading up to last December, there was significant increases in the HCBS service costs, predominantly in
That's the home health care part?
Yes, the attendant care service.
Right.
And we projected with a reprojection forward that it was continuing to grow at very, very high levels. Yeah.
So are you saying that you overestimated the shortfall? Is that what I'm hearing? That when
No,
you
sir.
said we were $1 billion off, that was an overestimate? Is that what you're saying?
No. The $1 billion was correct, sir.
Okay.
The difference is it was not an error in forecasting. It was a reforecast that, there was no error, I'm sorry,
Well, the forecast was wrong.
The
but not
original
erroneous.
forecast from previous years.
It was wrong, but not erroneous. Is that what you're saying? I find that fascinating. Are you saying yes? Am I correct? That the forecast was wrong, but was not erroneous?
Yeah, I take exception to the fact that it was an error. It wasn't an error. It was essentially, we had to understand what was going on, gathered more information and more data, and that led us to a different outcome.
What Milliman's charge per year for the Medicaid forecast?
I don't have the specific.
I've read that between, I think, 2019 and 2022, it was in the range of $10 or $12 million for that period. So is this, what are we paying a year for your forecast?
Our contract includes many services.
I understand that.
Including the forecast.
So what part would be attributable to the forecast? What's that worth?
I'm gonna estimate $1 million.
For the forecast, okay. If you'd go to the slide which has number 2 on it. Sorry. It's the very beginning, the green charts of your key actions taken. It's page 2.
Let me try. Yeah, sure.
I don't think the clicker.
I'm having trouble with the electronic version.
Well.
Oh, there it goes. It wants to catch up.
There you go, the next page. Oops. There we go. Okay. Tell me if I get this wrong. This may be from Ms. Steinmetz. The things on the right are the things that you've done to make sure that our forecast was accurate, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now I'm going to ask the gentleman from Milliman, which one of those actions could not have been taken 2 or 3 years ago?
I'm not aware of any of that.
So these all could have been done, but were not done before the erroneous forecast, right?
Correct.
Why? Why weren't these actions taken so that we didn't go through this exercise of 2 years?
I think the best answer that I can give you, sir, is that we do the work for FSSA through the contract and perform the services that are in our contract. These items were brought following last forecast, and so they were implemented at that time.
Had you made these suggestions before the problem that arose last December?
We continuously talk with our client.
No, but had you made these specific suggestions before this erroneous report from a year ago?
I'm not aware of.
So it's not as if you suggested these changes and they rejected them?
Correct.
Okay, I have no other questions, thanks.
Senator Mishler. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up, or Representative Delaney brought up the $1 billion increase after the last forecast, which made me think, during that period of wind down, or whatever we'll call it, is that not when the attendant care rolled out at that same time? Could the attendant care during that period have caused the numbers to go up such that everything else was taken, makes it look like everything else was taking longer to come down? Was it in that same time period?
Yes, I believe that the attendant care, if you're referring, Senator Mishler, to sort of the uptake of legally responsible individuals providing the attendant care service, because attendant care service has been a waiver
Sorry,
service.
the LRI.
The LRI, yes, okay, thank you. It was during the pandemic period that really took off. I think if you're referring to the enrollment slide, though, that chart really just reflects number of individuals enrolled as opposed to expenditures. But, I'm sorry, are you referring to the slide 17? That's can we go back to it?
I'll try.
It takes a minute, I apologize. Was that general fund?
Number of individuals, where the LRI was not so much the number of enrollees, it was the cost per enrollee that went up during that period. But it all happened at that same time that would add to that cost?
That is correct. So I'm sorry, slide 9 is the enrollment slide. Slide 17 is expenditures.
Yeah.
So yes, there were a number of pandemic-related or public health emergency-related drivers taking place all at this time. Continuous eligibility, we were not removing anyone from Medicaid enrollment in exchange for the enhanced FMAP, and then a number of these flexibilities that were in place, including the LRI, provided attendant care. That is correct.
Thank you.
Senator Garten?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to get the math right on this. We keep referring to $1 billion miss, but I think it's actually significantly more than that, is it not? The last number I heard was 1.4. Is that not correct?
I don't have a $1.4 billion number.
Okay. Well, let's go with $1 billion. How would you describe that? If it's not a mistake, how would you describe it?
Sir, I would describe the $1 billion forecast appropriation change from last year was over 3 fiscal years, and it was made up primarily of the LRI, attendant care, that we've been speaking of. That service had flexibilities through COVID, and when the pandemic was winding down, that service did not, the flexibilities were not removed, and that service took off with trends that were not forecasted nor expected.
So that's where the discrepancy was in the forecast that you got paid to do, is it didn't calculate properly, what didn't forecast properly, which led to the $1 billion miss. So that's a mistake in my book. I think you're probably in the minority of saying that this is not a mistake. I'm looking for accountability, because this is Hoosier taxpayer money that's been squandered as far as I'm concerned. So how can we trust right now that what's in front of us is right? How can we trust that? Outside of government, if somebody made a $1 billion mistake, you would have been fired and not retained and not rehired.
Sir, I feel like I am the messenger of the financials, meaning that we are projecting. I'm not spending that money, nor did I squander any of that money. We are merely...
You produced something that was $1 billion off. I would call that a squander, just like I would call this a mistake. So how would you categorize it?
I would not categorize it as a mistake or squandering.
You're talking to Hoosier taxpayers right now. Explain to them how this happened, and explain to them how we can be assured that this isn't happening again right now before our eyes. What reassurance do we have as the fiscal body in charge of $44 billion of Hoosier taxpayer money?
Sir, I can tell you that this information is presented with great care, great time. We have spent the last 6 months together with FSSA working tirelessly to put together this forecast that you have in front of you.
Cora, how can we be sure, Director, how can we be sure that what we're seeing now is accurate?
I appreciate the question, Senator Garten, and certainly your concerns are valid. I believe truly when I say that there has not been a day that has gone by since last year's December 2023 Medicaid forecast where I, Dr. Dan, many others have not committed ourselves to ensuring that the accuracy and the reliability of the forecast is improved and is not, we do not find ourselves in a situation like we did exactly a year ago today. If I could just comment a little bit on sort of how we got to that point. Really, the April 2023 Medicaid forecast understated what should have been the Medicaid expenditure projections at that time.
Why did it understate it?
I think that we needed to do a better job, FSSA, as well as probably our vendor partners, which includes Milliman, as well as other partners that we contract with, to ensure that we were monitoring budgetary changes very closely. And it includes the first couple slides that we talk about in this deck are what our direct response to those improving accuracy and reliability strategies have been. It's about reducing data lag, because if we had another month of data, we may have seen the rapid growth in attendant care expenditures starting to take off. and being able to better forecast that at the time of April. If we had had things like our monthly financial reporting where we're looking month over month at any area of variance, we could have said, hey, there's a problem here. We need to take a look at why expenditures are not on track to be what they have been forecasted for. So I think that there was an opportunity certainly to improve our monitoring of the program enrollment, expenditure, and funding information and go from there. So that's really why we've taken every single day to think very carefully about how can we do a better job to ensure that this forecast is reliable. I can't say that we're going to end up at this exact number at the close of this biennium or next biennium, but it is definitely our best estimate. And we've tried to do things like alert policymakers where there is risk to our assumptions, because they are assumptions, they are projections into the future. And so that's really where we've tried to improve this and also be agile enough that when it isn't what we expect it to be, we can respond very quickly, because that was, in my opinion, another miss, an opportunity that we have is to not wait to alert when there is a problem, monitor it closely, react accordingly, and ensure that we are being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars.
So, Director, I appreciate that. And look, I want to be fair to you. I know you inherited some of this, and I think you've been transparent. I think you've been forthcoming. You know, again, I go back to accountability and responsibility, and I'm sorry, I haven't seen Milliman take any. And you were responsible. You got paid with taxpayer dollars to do a forecast that was $1 billion off, and you sat before this body multiple times and said, wasn't a mistake. I have a hard time with that, and I think taxpayers do too. And so I'm looking for accountability. So, and I'm sorry, this is a redundant question because I think somebody answered it for Representative Delaney. How much was the contract for the forecast?
I think Jeremy's estimate is, so as Jeremy said, Milliman is contracted to do a number of things. I'm happy to provide that information afterwards. I do believe that the line item for the forecast is in the ballpark of $1 million annually.
So here's a couple things I would like to know. I would like to know that. I would like to know how often that goes out to bid and how many bidders there were in the past. And I want to know a percentage of total, how many contracts Milliman has within your agency as a percentage of overall.
I'm sorry, as a percentage of?
Overall contracts.
Overall. Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to be on the record as stating I don't think we should be hiring or retaining companies that make billion-dollar mistakes. And I don't think Hoosier taxpayers do either.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to look at slide number 9. I think it's the third bullet talks about May of 2024 to December 2023, and approximately 400,000 members. And then it comes back, actually, the reduction was 225,000. I mean, that's, and I think that was during the public health emergency, and which I think is a big mistake toward that $1 billion. So my question is, did your miscalculations happen in other states, or is Indiana an outliner? The other states that you've had contracts with, was a mistake like this made there, or was Indiana an outliner in regards to that?
I'm not aware of any other states that had a forecast discrepancy as we've been speaking of.
So no other state, so Indiana was not an outliner in regards to the discrepancy of said calculations. Okay, interesting. Mr. Chairman, slide 17, we talked about the trends over time, and the trends was a national Medicaid increases, and that takes in all kinds of states. I would like to see what are the increases compared to Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky, Michigan, Midwestern states, not just California or Rhode Island or Mississippi. So I would like to see if we can get, disaggregate that data down to the Midwest surrounding states. Thank you.
Senator Kadora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But they didn't say they would, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, Representative Porter. We're happy to do that. We can take data from the surrounding states and other Midwest states and put together a similar chart to this one.
Okay, and you'll get it to the chairman, and he'll have his team disseminate that to the members of this committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, I just want to get it on the record, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Porter.
Senator Kador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Two questions. Does the forecast include the request for additional appropriation for new pathways slots for 2026 and 2027?
Thank you for that question, Senator. No, it does not. The current forecast assumes that the number of slots available on the health and wellness and pathways waivers would remain steady into the next biennium.
So that's more of a discussion we need to have on the General Assembly side, because I think it's extremely important to eliminate the wait list. And I understand there's a complicated logic, but by the time you invite someone to the point that you process them, some people will drop, some people will join. But I think we need that information. I mentioned it to the Secretary of the agency in yesterday's meeting. We would appreciate if you provide us with the cost of what you anticipate for these additional slots to be submitted to CMS for approval. The second question that I have I'm not sure, I think I've asked you that before, Cora. I don't think you have the answer to that one, but Jeremy, do you know what is the quarterly net profit reporting for health insurance companies and PBMs that are contracted with the state of Indiana to manage the Medicaid population?
That information is available. I do not have it readily available today.
I appreciate. What I would officially ask the chair to ask from this committee is this. For the for-profit entities that are contracted with the state of Indiana, PBMs and insurance companies that are managing the entire Medicaid population, it's extremely important when we see Medicaid expenditures going up and we look at 6 to 7% increase, how much of that increase, including the capitation rates, is directly tied to net profits that go to shareholders. And the theory of change that I have on this topic is that we should consider more regulations in the state of Indiana on contracting with nonprofit PBMs and nonprofit health insurance companies that are committed to offer at cost services, negotiated services with zero profit margin as nonprofit organizations, with proper regulations on reserves compared to their operational budgets, and with proper regulations on the salaries of their executives. I think when executives make millions of dollars managing different types of insurance programs, including the Medicaid population, then we as an agency, we as a state, and you as an agency, have to look at how much of the annual increase in Medicaid expenditures to the taxpayers is going directly into for-profit or profit margins for shareholders. I don't think the intent of the state of Indiana, specifically to this program, is to enrich shareholders. It is more of fulfilling an obligation to take care of the most needy and vulnerable in our communities. So I urge you, and I urge the chair of the committee, to seriously consider that part of the analysis and see and request the profit margin from each company that is contracted with FSSA to administer these programs, and make that a factor of contracting with the MCEs and the PBMs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We can do that.
Yes, Senator Kador, thank you for that. I think we're happy to provide whatever data is necessary to inform that policy discussion as well. We do, as part of our managed care contracts in our scope of work, have requirements of the financial information that must be reported to us by the managed care entities.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Delaney?
Yeah, Ms. Steinmetz, I think we've gotten away from the main point here to some extent. Is the wait list a device to save money?
Thanks for that question, Representative Delaney. The wait list itself is not a device to save money. I would say the limitation on increased slots is a device, which I know is a bit of a nuance.
Well, I need to understand slots. Does that mean new people can't get on Medicaid? Is that what that means when you say you're limiting the new slots?
The one piece I do want to be clear about is that if individuals qualify on the basis of income, they may still be on the Medicaid program even while they're on the wait list. They may just not be eligible for the waiver services.
Which are those? That's
Those
a very
are,
inside ball.
I apologize.
What are the services they don't get because they're on the wait list?
It's those home and community-based services that allow someone who meets nursing facility level of care services the ability to, in theory, remain in their home or community setting and receive those long-term services and supports that they may similarly receive.
So if they don't get those services at the home, but they're eligible to be in a nursing home, where are they? Are they in the house without the services, or are they going to the nursing home? It's hard to track.
It is challenging to track. They may be in their home still receiving services like home health, which
But
is
fewer services, okay.
with perhaps fewer services,
Okay.
or they may be in a nursing facility. I do want to.
Which may cost us more, right?
That is possible, yes. It really is a per-person analysis of what that individual's particular waiver service plan looks like. What I will say is that the per member per year expenditures on the waiver have increased to the point where they are in the same ballpark as a nursing facility expenditures on the yearly basis. That's why we're taking steps to curb the growth of some of these HCBS services to ensure that we have that a little bit more right-sized.
Well, this is a quandary, isn't it? I thought the whole idea of the home services was they would be less than the nursing home and the person would be happier. Now you're telling me that the services may cost the same as the nursing home.
In the aggregate.
In the
Again,
aggregate.
this
Well, people
is
don't live in the aggregate.
That
That's
is
what's worrying me. They live by one family by one family.
Yes.
And so I don't know where we're getting with this. I visited some nursing homes that are, by my mind, having enormous vacancy rates. I'm stunned by this. Is there some threat to our nursing home industry because of this?
Because of the wait list, I'm
No,
sorry.
because whatever the reason is, they're not full. They're far from full, and the wait list may be part of the reason. What does that do to the stability of the nursing home industry?
There is no wait list for those nursing facility services, so those are not waiver services. So the question of what is a waiver service,
So why are they empty?
that I couldn't really speculate on,
Well,
Representative.
I'm just, as a hint, based on my looking around, you ought to be looking at the nursing homes, because when they're running 40 or 50% and they're keeping people who have a non-elderly problem, such as drug abuse treatment, they keep them on, sometimes with or without payment. I see a problem out there, and I don't want that to creep up on us. And I'm very concerned when you tell me that the home-based services may cost as much or more than the nursing home. This is a dilemma. Reminds me of, what was it, Frost's poem about the road less traveled, or the poem about the fork in the woods? Where are we going here? So please keep me informed. I appreciate your approach. Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Senator Garten.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just real quick. Director, I did have one question for you on slide 15, expenditures by category of service. Yep, thank you. So that 30% at the top there, the 13 and 17 with inpatient and outpatient hospitals, some of the feedback we get from the hospitals that Medicaid reimbursement rates are low. I'm curious, do we have any knowledge, that 30% breakdown of expenditures, how does that compare to other states?
That's a great question, Senator. I don't have that data available today, but I'd be happy to pull similar information of the breakdown of about 30%. I will point out, this is one of those areas, as I mentioned in the remarks, where the funding mechanisms are different, and as you well know, the hospital assessment fee is reimbursing part of those services.
Sure. Thank you.
But happy to look into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. Presenting.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have the economic forecast.
I'm all right, thank you.
Welcome, sir. Whenever you're ready, take your time, but the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm Tom Jackson with S&P Global. We're the consultant that works with the state on providing the underlying economic forecast that feeds into the revenue forecast for the state. Yeah, there we go. Okay, probably spend a bit more time than sometimes we do talking about the national outlook. I think partly just with some things going on right now, and it always underpins what we expect for the state. You know, and it's going to be a bit of, you know, kind of what our expectations have been. We'll talk some about, you know, some changing expectations based on the election, you know, some policy, you know, kind of expected policy changes and what those impacts might be. Just kind of lay that out. But really for a time now, you know, the U.S. economy has gradually been moving from kind of above potential GDP growth to kind of below potential GDP growth. You know, there's some numbers. I won't spend too much time on individual numbers in these slides. You know, and we see that largely as being just kind of what has been trying to be accomplished over the last 2 or 3 years with the tightening by the Federal Reserve to rein in inflation ultimately. You know, so we see this slowdown, and again, we're not talking recession, it's just, you know, lower growth rates than what we've seen the last couple of years. You know, so some of that is, you know, just the higher interest rates, tightening lending standards. We talk about diminished tailwinds. We probably need to get away from using that term. But, you know, really a good bit of that has been some of the stimulus from some of the federal initiatives over the last 2 or 3 years. Things like, you know, building semiconductor plants, you know, some of the electric vehicle plants. It's just been a really big boom in, you know, construction of those types of facilities. That's, you know, kind of unusual. Not to say that we think that's all just going to go to zero. We just don't, you know, the further growth on top of the growth that we've already seen slows. So I want to be careful about that. So just in terms of, you know, growth rates we see going forward. And really the strong dollar that we've seen for a good while, and that tends to weigh on net exports, which will pull down GDP growth a bit. So then this forecast that was just released is kind of our first assessment also of some expected policies to be enacted. You know, I think, you know, estimates are still, you know, pretty wide range of estimates. We've tried to come up with what we think is reasonable, just based on, you know, what's been talked about, you know, for the past year or more. Things will change. But, you know, we just feel like we can't not do anything. I think as far as just tempting to just wait, but we feel like we need to start getting into that. And so on balance, we see, and again, this is really at the margin, but some of the supply tightening effects of expected higher tariffs, and I'll get into more specifics in a minute, reduced immigration rates and resulting inflation from that will be partially offset by stimulative effects of tax cuts and some deregulation. You know, exactly what all that's going to be remains to be seen, but that's the general sense of where we are. So get into a few of the specifics here. We assume, and again, these are based on, you know, these are reasonable, you know, we feel reasonable assumptions based on kind of what we've heard and what might happen. Really a 10% universal tariff. That's kind of an effective tariff rate, you know, net of, you know, some potential exemptions here and there. And that's what starts to creep in is then exemptions for certain industries. Tariffs, you know, an extra tariff then on imports from mainland China, 30%. We see the tariff hikes starting really second quarter of 2025 and then really ramp up over the following year. Corporate taxes, again, with the looming expiration of the 2017 Tax Cut Act, you know, we see really some more, a lot of those tax cuts probably being extended more than we would have thought before, and some of the personal income taxes, a lot of those provisions being maintained instead of going back to previous policy. Sharply reduced inflow of immigrants, along with some degree of deportations, reduces net immigration. Really, the number there can be hard to say, partly because it depends on whose population estimates you're using kind of so far. I don't want to get too much into that, but, kind of just by the nature of things, there's been some uncertainty really kind of just about what the population is. We'll have some estimates coming out here really within a week or so that might help sharpen that up a little bit. But basically, really what we've seen over the last couple of years is kind of unexpected growth in the labor force, more than what we had been seeing. And that really has been flowing into increased employment growth. We really thought that the labor force would be more of a limiting factor on employment growth over the past couple of years than it's been. And, the consensus is that that's because there was more immigration and more adding to the labor force than previously expected. But, looking forward, we see, kind of a leveling off or a decrease in that. I mean, if that's what we think happened over the last couple of years, then this is what we expect moving forward. Interest rates cuts by the Fed, will still occur, but they're going to be at a slower rate than we'd been expecting before. I think, some of that expectation has already been being built into the market. To kind of just give an example of our change in that expectation, our federal funds rate that we're expecting for 2026 is now 3.72% compared with 2.62 before. So that's just kind of, it's still down from where we are right now, just not by as much. And then longer term rates just impacted by higher expected inflation, really due to tariffs and to reduced labor force ultimately. It's hard to know what to call it right now. So there's also, talk about, potentially, some pretty aggressive pushes to reduce federal spending. And so, we don't have a lot of specific detail on that right now. But, just in terms of kind of net impact on economic indicators, reduced government spending, really comes out of economic growth. That is one of the line items in there. So that comes out of economic growth. So, some of this is, within the short term, it's a net negative. Potentially in the longer run, it, helps to add to growth in other ways. And we do assume a reduction in federal government payrolls of 500,000. And that mostly, a lot of that comes in the DC area. We don't see that really being spread kind of equally across the states. Some provisions of some of the initiatives over the last 2 or 3 years likely in jeopardy, with just some cuts in funding, and especially things, one thing we've heard about is changes in any, programs related to the energy transition, that kind of thing. There's been indications that some of that could be cut or certainly rethought. So I don't want to get too much into that now. So then just a few kind of high level graphs to illustrate some of these. Again, just, this kind of just a classic soft landing that, you kind of aim for, tough to achieve. We kind of think that we're there just in terms of, again, just trying to rein in inflation without pulling back the economy so much that you throw it into recession, without, causing a big increase in the unemployment rate. And that's largely what we see there. And then part of that is, kind of that reduced consumer spending. It's kind of an indirect way to try to influence consumer spending as an effort to get inflation in line. But that's where we are. Now, this is one in terms of inflation. I think one there, I'll raise a couple of points about that I think are helpful. in terms of the graph on the left in particular, we do see kind of a reassertion of core goods inflation, kind of that gold line in 2025 and 2026. Again, tariffs will do that, and then some, reduction in labor force. But then really the main driver of overall inflation tends to be that services. Services reflects a couple of things. One is shelter costs, and I'll get to that again here in a minute. But that, has been a really, really sticky, that's home prices, rent, inflation, all that's just very difficult to turn around in the very short term. And that gets counted in core services. And so then also, wage inflation will tend to be reflected more in services than in goods, just because of labor, just the labor intensive nature of so many of the services. So then the graph on the right just shows kind of our expectations of interest rates. Again, those have changed. Still expect Fed funds rate to come down and some of the other rates to come down, probably not as much as, and we've already seen a bit of this. I know even the initial Fed funds rate probably didn't get quite the reaction in terms of especially longer term interest rates than was really expected up front. One aspect we don't talk about that much is just some expectations for equity markets. Really, they've seen quite a run up over the last couple of years. Some of the factors that have led that up, we see kind of at least leveling off, coming back a bit. That risk, kind of the implied risk premium has gotten very low over the last couple of years. Don't necessarily expect that to persist, kind of relative to history. And other things, price to earnings ratio really has gotten pretty historically high. And really just kind of, a lot of this is just expectations, expectations for the future. In terms of vehicle sales, clearly a big topic for the state of Indiana. We talk about this every year. We really see that hanging in, even if interest rates don't come down a lot. Part of that, I think we're still in a bit of a replacement market for cars. The average age of vehicles has gotten pretty high. So still kind of, and kind of at the tail end of some of the supply chain impacts from the pandemic era from 3 or 4 years ago. See that mostly being worked through, but still, a bit of room for, some replacement market in that category. Okay, I'm not going to go through all these numbers. They're largely for illustration. A couple of I will point out is down at the bottom, exports and imports, again, really have both of those coming down. In terms of growth rates, and that's largely because of increased tariffs, both import tariffs and then some likely, or at least potential retaliatory tariffs on our exports. Really kind of pulling down volumes and values of both residential and fixed investments. Been kind of up and down. Again, vehicle sales hanging in pretty solidly. And again, that federal government really on a downward glide path over the next couple of years. I just want to give it a second before I proceed. Okay, on this, probably not too many. Again, this is largely for illustration. I don't think any of us want me to go through all these numbers specifically. But again, really, CPI kind of leveling off in the low 3% range, still above kind of that Fed target of around 2%. So still a ways to go. It's been progress has been made there certainly, but not quite all the way yet. Corporate profits we see coming off over the next couple years as well. So in terms of the Indiana outlook, again, really, again, kind of following, a lot of the, preface of the national expectations really applies to the state of Indiana. Employment growth really has been pretty solid, really, and I probably make the same point every year. I apologize for that but I think it's important. Really at this point, a lot of the differential growth among the states really comes down a lot to differential population growth. And really the state of Indiana has had relatively high, or at least, relative to some neighboring states, really has population growth that's on par with the national average, as opposed to being really below the national average for some neighboring states. So that ends up being, a big point in terms of just, keeping potential economic growth a bit higher for the state. We see that slowing a good bit over the next couple of years for the same reason we see it slowing at the national level. Again, really just kind of as part of that soft landing, as part of really kind of maxing out that, effective labor force. We don't see it as, recessionary in itself if you don't have further net employment growth. And again, that's net employment growth. Even with that, you still have some churn in the jobs, different, some industries are adding jobs, others not adding jobs, or subtracting jobs. So I don't want to imply that there's absolutely nothing going on there, but the net effect ends up being just very low overall employment growth, but still growth in average wages, supported by the underlying economy, and then at that point, just competition for available labor. I think in terms of looking at the state of Indiana, kind of the potential impacts of some of these specific policies that we expect, I think would be relatively low, partly just because, immigration is relatively low in the state, but, there are potentially certain industries, certain sectors where, really cutting out much, of the labor force at all, especially in some lower wage jobs, would have some impact. Again, I think in terms of higher rates or higher tariffs on imports, when we think about tariffs, we frequently think about finished goods, things we go to the store and buy, and we talk about that. But, remember that tariffs also apply to more intermediate goods. They can be components of, products that ultimately get assembled. So, to the extent that that raises the cost of, kind of primary inputs or intermediate inputs, ends up impacting the cost of doing business, for those buyers. It's not all just a direct, direct to consumer kind of proposition. The auto industry, continues to have solid demand, like I said before. Certainly some policy uncertainty there that we definitely need to watch for, just in terms of, again, partly just with the energy transition. A lot of that has been focused on, the motor vehicle industry. I won't get into a lot of specifics on that. I think in terms of, the state of Indiana, really the state of Indiana has, kind of the highest concentration of, kind of employment and activity in transportation equipment manufacturing. So it's a big issue for the state. Has a big presence in kind of the traditional industry, also has, several projects going on, as part of the transition, so, just a lot of things that at this point we're just going to have to watch out for in terms of where some of these projects go. So that's probably the most I can say. I'm sure that in April, I think we'll have a lot more, at least some more that we can say by then. Talk a minute about home building in the state and, across the country, pulled back some in terms, in response to higher mortgage rates, but really has leveled off. It didn't really cut activity as much as it potentially could have. I think the big place where we've really seen the impact of the rapid increase in mortgage rates is in home sales. I know a lot of us have seen that it's just really keeping a lot of people, when you have a mortgage rate of 3% or whatever, and where traditionally maybe you would have made a move, you'd downsize, you'd move into a bigger home depending on, kind of what, stage of life you're in. And now it's like, well, where would I go? We can look, and I go through this with my wife. It's like, wow, look what we could get for our house. It's like, but where would we go? Just really giving up that, kind of existing mortgage and trading that for a mortgage where your interest rate is going to be, twice that level. But ultimately that in itself, is a cutback on economic activity for the state and the country. And that's been one that it's really just been, just unprecedented historically. So it's been kind of a challenge to figure where we would go from here. But at some point, things already are starting to move. You can't really wait forever. Mortgage rates are coming down, but that's just, kind of an additional thing that, 4 or 5 years ago, we just really weren't used to thinking about that much in terms of, kind of economic activity. Again, I've talked about, I don't want to just harp too much on automakers. I know pharma, semiconductors, just a lot of big projects in the pipeline that just, really help to, boost investment and economic potential for the state. Again, I've already kind of covered this, job gains. We expect to stall, that's a typo. It's really more in 25 and beyond. Again, there's underlying reasons for that, that I don't see particularly as, red flags or anything like that. It's really just kind of where we are in an economic cycle. Still see wage growth, and that's on top of, pretty strong wage growth that we've seen in recent years. And really, we just see, economic activities supporting wage growth for the workers that you do have. So, and again, this just runs through some of the economic indicators for the state. Again, employment running pretty low, unemployment rate sneaking up a bit. We don't see it going. Probably other states we see. The unemployment rate going up a bit more. Again, that's, always partly a function of your labor force, but, kind of back really to still within some pretty historically normal ranges. Gross state product, kind of really right in line with the national average, and that's kind of what we use as the benchmark for expectations for a lot of things. Personal consumption expenditures we see coming down a bit, especially by 2027. That could be, another round of kind of impacts from inflation, that kind of thing. But again, still historically some pretty solid numbers for growth. Okay, just a little bit of kind of a recent recapping history lesson. I kind of throw this in every time. Kind of interesting, kind of in line with what I said earlier about kind of those tailwinds and projects, providing a big economic stimulus. Really, the construction industry has really kind of led the way in terms of payroll employment growth. And some of that is home building, but a lot of that is more, just kind of other projects going on, whether it's, industrial kind of projects. health and social services, that's been just everywhere. That's been a big contributor to growth. Leisure and hospitality still showing growth. So almost all sectors showing growth. Manufacturing pulling back a bit. Some of that has been in auto manufacturing and, well, I should say transportation equipment more broadly. We've seen that going on again as, kind of volumes level off and, with productivity and all that, it's still a pretty small proportion of the total, but that's one that's been pulling back a bit. Okay, this one, I've been showing this chart for years. It's still very valuable, both in terms of what it shows for the forecast, but I always like to point out, I don't have I can't control the cursor here, but to really show that 2008 to 2009 to, say, 2018-19 period, a bit of a lost decade in terms of home building. Again, I just point that out to say that, kind of a lot of the shelter inflation and a lot of that we're still seeing has some pretty deep roots. So, it's hard to turn that around, but really just, around 2020 or so, starting to get home building rates back up to some of the rates that we had seen prior to the housing bust. So that's the main point of this, is just kind of show kind of how we got here with some things that are still showing economic impacts. So kind of recap a bit, hopefully not just totally repeat myself again. Really, labor force gains, have allowed, continued employment growth really over the last couple of years, probably more than we had been expecting. It's a pleasant surprise on that standpoint. And again, I think part of it was that just population was increasing more than we realized, more than census realized, honestly. And I think it also, again, reflects, just some of the things going on that serve to attract, investment in the state. A lot of times it's kind of piggybacking on existing industries, not just trying to plant brand new industries where you just haven't seen them before. Again, potential higher tariffs would impact, a lot of the goods producing industries in the state. I'm always tempted to throw in agriculture. Most of you know I grew up on a farm not too far from here, so I always, and that's a big industry for the state and one that I try not to spend an inordinate amount of time worrying about. But, it's certainly one that would see an impact as well. Again, I most of this is a repeat. Again, kind of the risk to the economy and to the outlook mirror what we see at the national level. Kind of downside risks, any disruption to capital markets, energy markets. Really, we don't talk much about kind of, global things going on, but really, any impacts that we've seen from some things globally over the last couple of years have been remarkably muted. So as long as that, if that were not to continue, that's, potential downside risk to the forecast. On the upside, if we get surprised again by consumer spending, and a lot of that comes down to credit use, that kind of thing, that can produce higher than expected growth. But, again, hate to harp on the labor force thing, but it's not just picking on any one state, it's everywhere, just continuing labor force growth, is a key to further growth. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Cordova?
Thank you. You highlighted the housing issue multiple times, and you had a dedicated slide for housing as well. I shared before in academia, they use one of the theories, the three-sector failure theory, when one sector can't afford or produce goods that can be consumed by the consumers because it's out of reach, then another sector steps in to handle it, healthcare, housing, whatever. My question to you from a policy perspective, have you seen any state come up with programs in the last 24 months to deal with the housing issues to circumvent the high interest rates and inflation? I know that supply-demand issues will impact that, meaning the more that we will build, it will hopefully help ease that. But have you seen, for example, a state-financed program by which a state said, we'll put $500 million to invest in hiring people and building homes in the state, and that could be an economic stimulus, and at the same time, you're dealing with a supply-demand issue, but you're financing it at a lower cost through state finance mechanism that is much cheaper than the private sector. Have you seen any model like that, or?
It's hard for me to answer that, to get into that level of detail. I think, again, I watch what I say on this a little bit. Part of the issue, and this is fairly well known, I mean, one of the big challenges is that, I think a lot of these housing initiatives sound good in general, as long as you do it somewhere else. And I don't say that to, cause problems or anything. It's just kind of being realistic. And I think, honestly, especially when you start talking about more affordable housing, and I don't, I'm not gonna, I don't want to stir anything up by saying that, but really financing is only part of the issue. I think, workforce problems, issues are part of the issue. I do know that states, especially cities, are doing some work to, try to increase building. But, so far, I think, impacts have been limited. But again, it's just a really a long-term
No, I appreciate your response. I think I'm struggling with this thought because according to the slides, and we've known this fact for a while, since the 2008 recession, we have not built enough. And now we're still stuck in the same place. And with inflation and with high interest rates, and according to one of the slides, I think you showed that interest rates won't ease until probably 2027. So we're going to live through this at least for the next couple of years. So the question becomes to us from a policy perspective, at what point is there a need for an intervention? And I'm not suggesting that there should be an intervention, but we do give, for example, annually for the last couple of biennium budgets, $500 million in economic development programs called Ready 1.0, Ready 2.0. And I wonder if a massive investment by the state of Indiana could yield enough return on investment for the state, so you're not just losing the money, it's an investment, but you're also solving a problem. I don't know the answer to that question. That's why I thought maybe I get your thoughts, but I appreciate your feedback.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of the question just becomes, honestly, where do you do it? But, yeah.
Appreciate it. In my district.
Okay.
Build more homes in my district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I'm a builder.
Thank you. Presentation. I believe we're now ready for the revenue forecast. And I do want to comment that it is great in our state. We have a consensus forecast. And so for both sides of the aisle, if you will, I thank you for working together. Representative Porter, you and I are going to disagree on how we spend some dollars. But it's great we can start at the same point. And that's a reflection of a bipartisan effort to come to a consensus forecast. And that is much better for our state. So with that, the floor is yours, gentlemen.
I totally concur.
Well, thank you. You stole my thunder, Mr. Chairman. I was going to go on a long diatribe about that, but I guess I can just say well said. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ben Tooley, and I am the Director of Fiscal Policy for the House Republican Caucus. With me today is Hari Razafindramanana. Hari is the chief economist at the state budget agency, and honestly, Hari does a lot of heavy lifting here, so when it comes time for questions, he's your guy. On behalf of the Revenue Forecast Technical Committee, Hari and I are here to present you with a revised revenue forecast for fiscal year 2025
and a new revenue forecast for fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027. But first, as I have done in the past, there it goes. First, as I have done in the past, I do want to say just a few words about the technical committee, its members, and staff. The charge of the technical committee is to select the equations used in the revenue forecast. Those equations are matched up with the economic variables projected by our economic forecasting consultant, who you just heard from, S&P Global, to predict future general fund tax revenues. The technical committee is a 6-member bipartisan committee, and like the budget committee itself, is a collaborative effort between the legislative and executive branches. And as the chairman said, most importantly, the revenue forecast is a consensus forecast, which means that all members of the committee agree that what we present to you today is our very best effort at projecting the amount of general fund tax revenue that the state will collect over the remainder of this biennium and the next. Aside from Hari and myself, the other members of the committee are Dr. Dagny Falk, the committee's independent economist from the Miller College of Business at Ball State, Eric Gonzalez, fiscal analyst for the House Democrats, Krista Ricci, senior majority fiscal analyst for the Senate Republicans, and Hope Tribble, director of fiscal policy for the Senate Democrats. Also want to give a special thank you to the staff of the Budget Agency and Legislative Services Agency, who play a vital role in the process. It is their hard work behind the scenes that make the forecasting process possible. The team has put in many hours this fall evaluating revenue trends, testing, I don't know, how many models did you run, Hari? Way too many, a lot. But they need to be properly recognized for their hard work. And finally, also, again, want to thank the Budget Committee for your continued support of the collaborative process by which Indiana estimates future tax revenues. Slide 3 in your packet shows how revenues have performed through the first 5 months of fiscal year 2025 compared to the estimates from the December 2023 forecast and as compared to the same period in fiscal year 2024. Sales tax revenues are currently 1.9% below the fiscal year-to-date targets, but they are up 1.8% as compared to the same 5-month period in fiscal year 2024. Individual income taxes are currently trending 3.1% below the December 2023 fiscal year-to-date estimates and are also 5.8% down as compared to the same period in fiscal year 2024. Corporate income taxes are currently 54.2% below target, 46.1% below the same period fiscal year 2024. Finally, total revenues are currently 3.1% below the December 2023 forecast fiscal year-to-date target, and they are currently down 2.4% as compared to the same period in fiscal year 2024. Slide 4 gives you a high-level overview of the economic factors that influence general fund tax collections. You've all just heard the economic forecast, but I'm going to highlight a couple of key points that definitely have an impact on our revenue forecast and just want to mention them. First, as Mr. Jackson mentioned, changes to federal fiscal and monetary policy and the push and pull that those policies will have on the broader U.S. economy are likely to drive the path and timing of state revenue collections and could even trump some of the momentum at the micro level. Second, the statistical analysis performed by the technical committee demonstrates that the performance of the financial markets, so how the stock market is doing, is a strong indicator of future state tax collections, especially the corporate income tax and individual income tax payments that are not derived from withholdings. The S&P 500 index is currently at record levels, and the December 2024 revenue forecast reflects this reality through strong individual and corporate income tax growth for the remainder of fiscal year 2025 and into fiscal year 2026. However, as Mr. Jackson mentioned, S&P Global's economic forecast does indicate that the equity markets may be a bit overvalued at the time and that the market could gradually correct itself over the next few years. As reflected in the revenue models, a market correction would negatively impact corporate and individual income tax revenues in the second half of the biennium. And then we have a slide here that just shows you that graphically the peak of the S&P and then a decline into 2027. Slide 6 lists the major tax policy provisions that impact the new revenue forecast. The major policy factors include, probably most notably, the continued phase-down reduction of the individual income tax rate. It's going to happen through calendar year 2027, and the enactment of the pass-through entity tax. The pass-through entity tax is revenue neutral to the state, but, and I'm going to discuss this a little more in a few slides, it does significantly impact the timing of tax payments made throughout the fiscal year. Okay, moving on to the models. Slide 7 lays out the variables that comprise the models used to project the sales tax, the individual income tax, and the corporate income tax. The models used to estimate the big three taxes are very similar to the models that were used for the December 2023 revenue forecast. In fact, the sales tax and individual income tax models, I believe, are unchanged, correct? Okay. The committee did make 2 substantial adjustments to the corporate income tax model. First, the committee decided to use a 2-year moving average of the S&P 500 index rather than the year-over-year change in the S&P 500 index. Second, the committee narrowed down the Indiana GSP variable, so gross state product, to just trade, transportation, and utilities. We think that better reflects the industry sectors that drive the economy here in Indiana. Both changes were supported by in-depth statistical analysis by Hari and his team, and the committee does believe that these adjustments will improve the accuracy of the corporate tax model. Okay, now on to the results. What we've been waiting all day for. Slide 9 shows the new revenue projections for the sales tax, the individual income tax, and the corporate income tax, and compares those projections to the prior year and to the December 2023 forecast, at least for fiscal year 2025. I want to call your attention to a few key takeaways. First, you'll see that the fiscal year 2024 forecast for sales tax has decreased by $180 million as compared to the December 2023 forecast, and that the year-over-year growth rate for fiscal year 2024 is now estimated to be 3.5% as compared to fiscal year 2024. Sales tax revenues are currently $84 million behind the year-to-date target set last December, and the new forecast projects that while sales tax collections will accelerate through the remainder of fiscal year 25, they are still going to fall short of original expectations. In the next biennium, sales tax revenues are expected to continue to grow by 3.3% in fiscal year 2026 and 4.5% in fiscal year 2027. Second, the forecast for the individual income tax has been increased by $379 million in fiscal year 2025 as compared to the December 2023 forecast. Individual income taxes are now expected to grow at a year-over-year rate of 7% in 2025. Keep in mind that's also with an income tax rate reduction. However, it is important to acknowledge that individual income taxes are currently trending $83 million below the December 2023 fiscal year-to-date estimates. The committee believes that there are several timing factors at play that will cause individual income tax revenues to accelerate for the remainder of the fiscal year. First, there has been one fewer 5 Friday month through the first 5 months of fiscal year 2025 than in the first 5 months of fiscal year 2024. January will be the next 5 Friday month, so the state should experience somewhat of a catch-up once those revenues are posted. And I think that has a pretty significant impact, correct? You said 10%. So bigger deal than you might think. Second, the General Assembly created a pass-through entity tax in 2023, which enables Indiana taxpayers who own pass-through business entities to deduct for federal income tax purposes state and local taxes exceeding the annual $10,000 deduction limitation, which we commonly know as the SALT cap. While the PTET is revenue neutral to the state, the current estimated payment rule for the PTET, which does remain in effect to the end of this calendar year, can cause some timing issues as it relates to revenue flow throughout the fiscal year. Prior to the enactment of the PTET, owners of pass-through business entities would have generally been required to make quarterly estimated tax payments on the same schedule as all other estimated tax payments. However, through the end of this calendar year, pass-through entities that elect to pay the PTET are only required to make one estimated payment prior to the end of the calendar year in which the tax liability is accrued, so by December 31st. So from a historic revenue flow perspective, the estimated tax payments that would normally have come to the state in September instead are shifted to December, which does make revenue appear to be below expectations for the first 5 months, but we think we'll have a pretty substantial catch-up come December when those payments get posted to the state in the January report. Last year, we think those PTET-related payments were about $540 million, so the catch-up is definitely substantial. Starting next year, calendar year 2025, the state will require the estimated PTET payments to be made on the normal quarterly estimated payments schedule, so the revenue receipt timing will no longer be an issue. Finally, the last thing I'll say on this slide is the forecast for corporate income tax has been reduced. I'm sorry, I should point out we did substantially as a result of all this I just said on the individual income tax. We did add $379 million to the individual income tax forecast, which is obviously a pretty substantial amount. Okay, corporate income taxes. We reduced the forecast for fiscal year 2025 by $133 million. That is supported by current revenue trends. However, you'll see on that slide, even with the reduction, corporate tax revenues are still expected to grow 10.8% year over year. Corporate taxes are expected to rebound strongly again, well, not even rebound, grow strongly again in fiscal year 2026. And again, this is driven by one of the variables within the model, which is the S&P 500 index. When you get to 2027, however, you will see that there is a decline in the corporate tax year-over-year estimate of 5.8%. That is in line with what you see in the individual income tax, which is a 3.6% decline. Both of those things are you know, there are other factors, but obviously the projected change in how the stock market is going to react over the next few years definitely plays into that reduction. Okay, slide 10. Slide 10 shows the revenue projections for gaming taxes and the other taxes revenue category. Gaming tax revenues are expected to increase at actually a relatively strong pace in fiscal year 26, but then growth is expected to level off in fiscal year 27. As always, gaming revenues are impacted by competition from other states, notably Illinois, which has just opened, I believe in November, they just opened a new casino on the south side of Chicago, and there's still a planned permanent casino in downtown Chicago that should be opening at some point in the not so far distant future. In a typical year, we do not spend a lot of time talking about miscellaneous revenue, but the last few years, interest revenues have been quite remarkable, and a lot of this is directly connected to the federal interest rates that's affecting mortgages and everything else. So we earn interest on the balance of funds that are held in state accounts, and as recently as fiscal year 2021, the state earned just $31 million of interest on state-held funds. In fiscal year 2024, that number peaked at $572 million, and because interest rates have remained high, the December 2024 forecast has increased the interest revenue projection for fiscal year 2025 from $407 million, so we expected to decline based on interest rates, back up to $508 million. So still a little bit less, but a difference of $101 million, which again is a pretty substantial amount for a revenue source that was $30 million just a few years ago. Overall, as you can see, total forecasted tax revenues are expected to grow at a rate of 4.5% in fiscal year 2025. That's up from 3.9% in the previous forecast. Revenues are expected to increase by 3.3% in fiscal year 2026. But then when you look at fiscal year 27, you're looking at only a $72 million projected increase in revenue year over year, which is just 0.3%. Slide 11 reconciles the December 2024 revenue forecast for fiscal year 2025 with not the December 2023 revenue forecast, but the April 2023 forecast. For all the budgeteers in the room, which is everybody I think I'm looking at right now, this slide is important because it shows how our latest expectations for fiscal year 2025 revenue collections compare to the amount of revenue the General Assembly believed it would have to spend in fiscal year 2025 when the current budget was originally enacted. As you can see, that number is higher from a revenue perspective. Obviously, there are spending pressures, which we were just talking about a few minutes ago with FSSA that play into this as well. Oops. Okay, last but not least, slide 12 is our combined report. This shows you all of the data that you saw on slides 9 and 10, but we put it all in one chart for you and make it almost impossible to read. So good luck. Hopefully your printout is a little easier to look at. The remainder of the slide packet contains appendices with charts showing the revenue trends by tax types and trends in the economic variables that are incorporated into the various revenue models. For those watching online, this presentation, the economic forecast presentation, and all the supporting documents created by the technical committee are available on the budget agency website. So that is what we have for you today. So Hari and I are happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the committee? Did an excellent job. You have a question? Senator Cordero?
Are we reviewing the surplus statement too? Are we discussing that, or are you presenting the surplus statement?
That is Acting Director Habig's job.
I'll wait then.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll wait.
Okay. Acting Director Habig, you want to do that, please? Thank you, sir.
Yes, and thank you. I just want to spend a minute thanking my staff, both Hari, Gayani, and Andrew. Excellent job as always. We've created a track record in Indiana of having very accurate and close forecasts in the aggregate, so I would expect nothing less from this one. All right, there's a couple of other documents in your packet. These are what we refer to typically as a surplus statement or the combined reserve statement. So if you can find those. And so like in past tradition, with an updated revenue forecast, we also produce updated surplus and combined reserve statements. You'll see no change in the fiscal year 24 column. Obviously, fiscal year 24 is done, complete. And so the only updates are in this estimated fiscal year 25 column. And so in everything in this column, as a reminder, is an estimate until we actually close out the fiscal year in early July of next year. So the updated revenue numbers that Ben and Hari just went over with you are incorporated into this. Obviously, the revenue forecast out revenue for fiscal year 26 and 27. The reason we don't display that yet is because, quite frankly, we don't know what those appropriation amounts will be in 26 and 27. So when the new governor-elect's team presents the Governor Braun's recommended budget, approximately 1 month from today, might be 1 month from today, in front of this budget committee, there will be updated statements that reflect those recommended appropriation levels and the combined reserve amounts. So you'll see a couple of highlights in here. In addition to the revenue updates, there are some augmentation updates in here that are directly tied with the Medicaid forecast that was presented a few minutes ago. So there's a couple of different ways an administration can choose to kind of tackle the Medicaid shortfalls. One way is displayed here. There's another way. So this assumes that the shortfall identified that has been unaddressed from fiscal year 24 will be pulled from the Medicaid reserve and contingency account. It doesn't have to be that way. The administration could choose to just augment the current Medicaid appropriation by that amount. But this shows it as pulling from the remaining balance of the Medicaid reserve contingency account. But high level, you'll see with the revenue numbers, we do anticipate another year and each year of this biennium maintaining an annual surplus, meaning just that our current year revenues are in excess of our current expenditure levels. And then we actually are anticipating a growth in the combined balance of our reserves, going from $2.55 billion to north of $2.6 billion. So if you have any questions, let me know and I'll try to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Cordero?
No, I can ask. I have one question, Director Joe. What was the surplus, the combined surplus statement balance prior to COVID? And I think the number that I was looking at, was it $2 billion? Do you remember?
That, I don't. I can find that pretty quickly on our website, and I'll get you those specific statements. But we were hovering, I think, just over $2 billion.
Yeah, so I think comparing where we are today after COVID, we're probably close to $500 million, close to more than what we used to have prior to COVID.
That's correct, yeah. I will say as a percent, though, and we often look at this because obviously revenues have grown substantially since pre-COVID. Expenditures and appropriation levels have grown substantially, so we often look at it as a percentage of current year expenditures. And so we try to maintain that 10 to 12.5% range, which we've been pretty successful in all but 1 year, FY20.
Thank you. That answers my question. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions? Members of committee? Well, I believe this is the last meeting for Director Habig. Is that correct? And he has served in state government now for what, 15 or so years roughly?
That's correct, Chairman.
Well, when the transition was made last spring, from the view here, things just went along as smooth as can be, and we appreciate that. And a good leader has and helps make great people behind him. And I can tell you the staff out there, I've said, of course, in private meetings, that those gentlemen and ladies that are there, they make this job that we do up here much easier. And so your leadership's a reflection of how they do, because they do a wonderful job, and thanks to you. So thank you for your service. Best wishes to you, and it's been great serving with you.
I appreciate that, Chairman. And,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Porter.
we've been seatmates for a while, and he's always helped me understand. I am a rose between these two gentlemen here, and I just want to thank him for helping me understand some of the missteps that I would have also. He's not only served our budget agency, but he's also serves our country, and I want to acknowledge that also. Thank you for your service to us. Thank you.
I appreciate the kind remarks. I don't deserve them, but I can't leave here without recognizing our own staff. One, my office neighbor, Lisa Ackerbert, has been a huge confidant, friend, and an advisor as I've kind of moved into this position. And then the staff that work at the budget agency have been, any success we've had is because of them. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, anything else that needs to come before the committee before we adjourn? Members, thank you for all your work. And with that, we stand adjourned.